All I ever wanted was you, but you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. Somebody help me, 'cause I'm feeling trapped and I don't know what to do. There's no one to save me from this hurt I feel deep within my bones. Did you ever think of me and see the things I did? Sold my soul and everything, I was to the lowest bid. Crawled into your poison dome, yet every single time you got into my mind, you got into my mind. But all I ever wanted was you. But you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. So how can I fix this? 'Cause I need to stop the aching in my head. My heart is breaking. Yeah, I'm tired of being stuck in the past. Did you ever think of me and see the things I did? Sold my soul and everything, I was to the lowest bid. Crawled into your poison dome, yet every single time you got into my mind, you got into my mind. But all I ever wanted was
Yo, chat, hello. Good morning, evening, night. Well, 3 minutes before midnight. I suppose. Good night. Hello, chat. How are you doing? I hope you are having a good time, a good day, a good weekend. Right. So today, chat. Today we actually have a lot of stuff to do. And by a lot of stuff, I mean we primarily have to work through a lot of account reviews. At least that is the plan. Let's see. You're stressing you can only get 12k with Hado and UCC? Damn. That's why I don't play Hado. You either... And not either, you know, it's a very skill-heavy character. You need specific team setups, you need good discs. Okay, to be fair, that's like kind of the case for like everything. But yeah, honestly, the 60 million HP, additional HP on UCC are massive. You feel it so hard, especially on the legs. It's strong. Oh damn, we did everything. Hell yeah. How long do I still have time for this? 23 days. Okay. 10 stream visits in a row. Damn. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. So, chat. Why is there area patrol now? I wanted to farm, like, things that are not these. Yeah, 194 million I think UCC has. It's a lot. Should we farm Branch and Blade? I don't have Branch and Blade pieces. I feel like we should farm Branch and Blade. Even though for Promare we want like notes from the chain. Okay, never mind. We're going for this. Yo, 5 stream streak. Nice. Measly 5 stream visits. Anything more than 1 is, you know, it's nice. I appreciate it, really. UCC was fun last time, it sucks balls to fight this time. Prime example of how buffs carry. I mean, sure, right? You always have that, but my main problem is just how hard the legs are to break with certain characters. And it's like the thing that hurts the most, I think. Crit damage with attack. I mean, if this rolls nicely, but yeah, their substats are kind of ass. Pen ratio. Well, on an HP set, that is not very much appreciated. You're at 7 streams. You guys have nothing better to do than watch a random ass cackle? God damn it. So the question is how we power through these today. Cause there are way too many account reviews to be done. Way too many. Oh wait, pain ratio with crit rate and attack percent. Nice. Yo, Anon Isotope, hello. Also, chat. Wait. GameCube isn't here right now. Damn it! The one time I need a mod. Wait. Can you... Oh, you're here, GameCube, nice. Can you pin this? We need a bit more visibility for that one. Meanwhile, while I have a subscription, I can leave a request for an account review and special queue. You can, yes. You can. I think I will, just for today though, focus on the free reviews. Just because, you know, I want to open up the free queue again. It feels bad to monetarily gatekeep that. I just really need to get through that stuff somehow. Why does it have a defense main stat? No. Well. But yeah, I want to go through some free recruits today. That's like the only thing we're gonna do. But more people should sub either way. Nah, I don't want to ask people for money. If they, if somebody wants to pay for something, wants to support me that way, I appreciate it, but I really just do not want people to feel forced to pay money so I can tell them to level their skills to get better substats, right? Like, it's really just like, it feels bad to do that, so I don't want to force people to that. That is why the free review exists. It's just really unfortunate if it also feels bad for the people if they enter their there's a spacebar missing. If they enter their account and then they have to wait like 2 months until they get a review. Right? That also feels bad. So I want to get through it a little bit. So we are going to attempt a small UCC kill here. And then we are gonna continue. Actually, I want to see whether or not this might be better. The 20 energy can be really helpful. But this one gives crit damage and stun damage MV. This one does not give stun damage MV. It gives longer stun time though, but I suppose that doesn't... We're gonna go with this. The problem is that not much has changed since the previous review, and the review itself was very recent. Well, then it might be better to leave it to other people for a while. Yes, we wanna attempt the critness kill here. We know that it's possible, so that's what we're gonna do. So 270.
Yeah, so I have to admit, I just lied.
No, that is possible. We know that for a fact. We could actually just try to substat scam a bit. Actually, let's switch this one to the pen ratio. Let's switch to this one and just pray for a little bit more RNG. We can actually... Here. Wait. Let's go to Puffer. We can go for this one instead. We only lose a little bit of attack, a little bit of crit damage. But we keep all of that crit rate part here. And because we are at because we're on 2-piece Puffer and we have M2, this should be quite a bit better. So let's try this one. Do we go with Snap? I really would like the biggest fan here. But I think we're gonna go with a Snap for the time being. You have literally never spent points on anything else. Just the nothing. You could always say for the next Uwu. Yeah, about that. About that. No, let's just on-field this, hope that UCC does something. And then we stun here. So, let's go into Bernice. Back to Bernice. Spend everything and then continue attacking. I hike might make a nothing tracker. To be fair, that would be funny. So he is not moving. That is for sure. He is not moving. So, the disorder here. Another chain. So, go for the ultimate here. Yo, Necrosis, hello. You're not all too late, it's fine. I mean, we just kinda started, so... That was a very good leg break we got here, oh my god. That was all intended. That was all intended.
Yeah, chat, so I have to admit, I just...
That wasn't a lie, it was the full truth, I promise. Okay, I don't promise. I just pretend that I promise.
Yeah, chat, so I have to admit, I just lied.
So we can go for this one here. Good. Another chain. Full charge this one. Go back. Oh no, we are a little bit short on energy. Ooh, yeah. That might be close. Surely that works out. Surely we can do it. So, come on. One more stun here. The problem is we are really short on decibels. We are really short on decibels, actually. Oh! I don't think that was enough. No, if we would have gotten that ultimate... God damn it. 800 points. 800 points. So close. Damn it. Okay, we are not gonna spend too much on this, right? Because we have a lot of account reviews to go through. We will see how long we can do this. But yeah, we will see. 112k right now, 126k. So we stun. Proc the disorder and the corruption here. Ultimate. No, it's not a full M6 team. It's not a full M6 team. 440k is what we do right now. The problem is we do need to switch here. The lag. Yeah, the M6 Nangong Yu would help a lot here, but I do want to kinda do this without M6. Right, I would like to do that without the M6, that would be great. How often do you review accounts? Ideally every time. Okay, that is a very long EX charge we can do here. Very nice. Wait, can you stop focusing on the legs, please? Oh my. I mean, no, focus on the legs, just like the right ones would be great. The right ones would be great. The disorder here is good. Another Bernice chain. Okay, another impair here. One more ultimate. Yo, annihilation, hello. We stun here. No, we don't stun here. No! My timing! Okay, retrigger. Go for another chain. Ultimate. M2 Nangong? Yeah, that is an M2 Nangong. Another Bernice chain. Do something so I can stun, please. Thank you. You really want Bernice, but you joined in like 2.5? Spend money. Okay, we did get the impair here, which is really nice. So we can get the ultimate here, that is good. There we go! Okay, nice, easy. UCC. 200 million HP. Critney's does not concern herself about that. Critney's does not concern herself with... Yippee. Critney's is just too good. That is how it is. Right. It's definitely not a carry from Nangongyo and her being like really good. Just not a thing. The Critney's does not concern herself with enemies unless they have 40% fire resistance. In which case she's still 50k. But that's like everything. I wonder how long it's gonna take until that Critney's is gonna look horrible.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
What set of disc on Critney's? There. 4-piece Inferno, 2-piece Puffer. 99% crit, 97% crit rate. We actually went down on crit damage here, but that's okay. In exchange for some more attack. Did we even get the backstory of how Critney's came to be? Well, when she released, I looked at the numbers and I saw that she can just be played crit, and it's not all too much worse than AP. That's it. Definitely not Nangong wheelchair. Okay, you can play her without, like, you know, without Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu is just like her current best teammate. But by that argument, you can just say, okay, Harumasa is a Nicole wheelchair. Or Yijuan, you know, you run Dialin wheelchair. You know. You can always make that argument. Why would you not play the best in slot teammate? By that definition, you know, Dialin's the wheelchair for every other character in the game. Sure, Nangong Yu is just really good for Critney's, or just Bernice in general. And I'm very happy about that. But it's, you know, you can make that argument for anything. How good is Cissia's M6 compared to other characters? It's pretty good. I was doing it with Orphe, but it was mostly Orphe doing the work. Yeah, you know, you can arguably even say that to a certain degree. Sambi is not a bad character, right? But the difference of you playing Sambi with or without Orphe is night and day. Right? It's just a night and day difference between having Orphe for this team and not having this. And not having Orphe. So, you know, you just want to play the best in slot teammates if you can. So why wouldn't you? And it's like the same thing, right? Evelyn is basically Astra wheelchair. Like, why would you not play Astra? Right? Why would you play Evelyn without Astra? I think the main problem that Critneys has is that there is an absurd difference between having her Mindscape 4 and not having her Mindscape 4. Of course, like, you know, you can still 20k and whatever with Critneys at M0, but her Mindscape 4 is just so insane for Critneys. Like, a free 30% crit rate is just, you know, it's not fun. You can just focus on everything else instead. That's like the one thing. But yeah, her EX special and stuff has like really good multipliers, right? It's a really good EX special. It can crit. You have like really good Mindscapes on her for Critneys. Her chain has a really like that's also one of the reasons why Critneys work so well and why Yuzua is so good for that. Her chain has a very, very high anomaly application. And the main thing that really just makes Critneys works is Inferno. As well as her M4, right? The combination out of those, it's literally 58% free crit rate. And that she can basically, even without Anomaly Mastery or something, sustain her burn up time because of her chains is really good. To be fair, you really kind of just want Yuzua. Just because, you know, it helps you maintaining that, but yeah. To be honest, I was expecting Bernice would get crit potentials back then. Turns out she got Anomaly instead. Yeah. You know, it's good for Critneys. You don't care about this part. You don't need this for Critneys. So, that's a cool thing as well. Do you have Bernice engine at W5? Yes, I do. It is very... I don't want to say important, but it's very nice for Bernice. And one thing that is also nice for Bernice is when you have her W engine at W5, you don't need, like for AP knees, right? You don't need to run a 2-piece ER anymore. You can just run a 2-piece damage-oriented set. So that is also nice. Any characters that you think needs potentials? I would argue it's less about needs, it's about how good they are, right? You can... What are your goals? Are your goals to 20k? In that case, there are no characters that need their potential. I think for Anomaly Proficiency knees, her potentials are really good, but most people still don't play AP knees into her potentials. They just play however they played before, so they don't really get too much out of that. Sambi has very, very good potentials. It's very nice. Soldier 11, in my opinion, has probably the best ones, not only in terms of like what the damage or whatever it provides, but also because of how it changes her and how much more fun she is to play. So I think Soldier 11 might be the one that makes the biggest difference. It's very nice potentials. And I really hope that they give the same amount of potentials or the same love to that as well. Who else has potentials? Lycon doesn't really matter, to be honest. I think if you just get like the Lycon's A1, that's totally fine. Hadumasa. Hadumasa's potentials are extremely good. It's very, very strong. It's 12% combat attack. It's 15% electric breath shred. And you also get a longer duration, but it's kind of whatever. It's really nice. It is really, really nice. Also, I mean, you know, like you get like the secondary ultimate and whatever. I don't think that matters too much. But it's just really nice. Outside of Haru, what else do we have? Grace. Okay, Grace is not a character without her potentials. But the problem is that her potentials, they bring her a little bit more on par with Yanagi, but not to the point where I would argue that Grace is that great to play. Does Bernice's potential matter if you're playing her crit? No, in fact, you actually turn it off. Where's Critneys? If you play Critneys, you turn off the potentials. Yo, Sayatri, hi. I really wanna finish your Yijuan team so you could start doing more game modes. I can't do most of the game modes with one team. Yeah, that's often a problem, right? But it's like a time thing, you know. Bit more time and you're good to go. I think Shungos needs potential. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think Dylan also needs some potentials. Dylan is not good enough. Nangong Yu also, like, holy shit, this character is useless without potentials. She really needs, like, I don't know, a lot more potentials. Dylan, you know, Nangong Yu, Lucia, Yuzua. Those are Yijuan and also YSG. I think those are the characters who need their potentials the most. They should urgently release some. At least like 100% damage increase. Or like Yoshungus and Yijuan. They should triple the buffs that Lucia gives. Useless character. Yuzua is complete garbage, like holy shit. Such a bad character. And these two, I mean, barely usable. You know, there are like no teams who actually want them. I hope at some point they'll go again, give them potentials to A ranks. Oh yeah, that would be so nice. I really want some potentials for Piper, Lucy, Ben, Corrin. Okay, to be fair, I just wait for Nekomata right now. Why deactivate it though? Because otherwise you burn through heat too fast. You cannot stun quickly enough. Especially not without Nangong Yu, and that means you would need to use your AX special outside of stun, and if you use it outside of stun, you don't have enough energy for the stun window. So, and all of her damage happens during stun, right? Do you not need 3k attack on Yuzu at M2? I mean, close enough. It's 2985. I lose 5 combat attack from this. I really don't care about 5 combat attack. That's whatever. Alright. That is 3k attack. It is more than close enough. I would much rather have AP and have my assaults deal like actual damage rather than getting a little bit up here. It's not worth the investment for me to roll better substats here to actually get that. You managed to get 2.8k 350 on Nangong after swing to 5. Yeah, looks good. I mean, right? That is basically what I have right now, except that I run pen ratio currently because I don't really have anything better. You miss like 0.1% anomaly build-up rate. Okay, so her anomaly build-up rate actually doesn't depend on that, right? It's literally just the attack increase. It's just the attack increase. Anything else is like the build-up rate depends on her signature. Is Weeping Cradle W5 better than Sona's signature for Yuzua? Depends on the team you're playing. There are many different teams you can play, many different variations. So I don't really think there's like a right choice for anything. I would argue W3 is about even with her own signature. W5 is slightly better than her own signature. Mainly also... Like, the thing is that Thought Pop in itself is just really good. Oh, wait. Why does she not have anything? What did we give Chaos Jazz to? Well, nothing, I guess. Well then. 500 AP Vivian. So, chat, I don't have time to do anything else. We are going into account reviews. We are going into the account reviews. Oh, while we are here. Would Chingy, Cissia, and Sijuan be a good pair? Would love to have a full Naps team. Well, maybe I shouldn't scream at that person. I didn't try it, so I... So, is it easy to get a kill on Vespa with M0W1 Angel team? I wouldn't say easy. Possible, sure. But, I wouldn't say easy. Alright. Isn't it a good thing to have 100 ether batteries? No. So, for the subs, we are gonna skip subs for today, right? We are gonna skip subs for today. We are just gonna do the free review queue, and we are going from the bottom up. So, you know, we are going from the bottom up. Is anybody here in chat, either YouTube or Twitch, who wants their account review and who is waiting for a little bit longer? Because, you know, there are a few people here. Is there anybody who I saw in chat already? Crow again? God damn it. Asaba, Arthur. Tie-dye, we actually did. They have been subscribed somewhere, right? So that one we did. Hammer. I cannot find you. Is this you? Is this you? Yo, Crest, hello. Say it, we wanted a review? No. You had over 100 batteries? Alright. Sure. So, let's do Ham next. Who else do we have? A Silver, are you here? I think I saw you in chat somewhere. Maybe it was yesterday and I just literally forgot. That's possible as well. Ethendril, I didn't see you today yet. Pixelated Turtle, not yet either. Crest, are you here? I mean, you are here, but, well, I cannot search you. So that is not helping. Edward. Sure. Let's get you in here as well. We have Oz. Birthdays, sure, we get you in as well. That order. One more. Let's slot one more. Let's do 4 for now. And see how long we need. Tuna, Unreal Plant, Drakes, Crops, Cheddar, Blue Striker, Starfish. The problem is a lot of these we already did somewhere, and I just literally forgot to mark them. Like Paradox Cat, I am quite sure we did somewhere. Kron we did as well. When you have time, either say it to your GameCube, can one of you go through the account gradings and the free reviews and check whether or not some names are, you know, we already did? And if we did, you know, delete the post. Speaky Crow. Crow already got a review somewhere though. Arzian Juan, Hi Boy, Logo. The thing is, if you don't have like your username in here, it's a little bit hard for me to. The EMAC we did, I know that. We did that one. Yeah, the problem is that I just closed the posts rather than just delete them, and for some reason it just lists them here, which is not really helpful. Necrosis, I'm also quite sure we already did use someone. Sora we did. Hans we did. DS we did. There are a lot of ones where I remember that we did them. Then a lot where I'm unsure whether or not they are just old. Ostgil. Are you here, Austral? Did we do you? Lulu multipass. Crestfallen. If I look for quest though, I don't see anything. Nothing comes up. Yeah, and it's all one word. Yeah, but it is one word. There is nothing here. I look for wolf. There's necrosis. We have like 2 wolves. Crestfallen and necrosis. Or are you on the subs queue? I cannot see your post. You just are not in here. I mean, we can filter by free to play and see. Jaden, account review, please. Well, that is not helpful. Blue Striker, Asaba, VS Nagasaki, Sheep, Animal, Kron, Salasian. No username. Semi free to play. Account review. Necrosis. I just do not see you. I'm sorry. If you find your post, link it to me. Okay. Let's do pixelated in the meantime. So we're gonna add you as well. 11 days, so right in between here. Okay, those 4 we are gonna do for now. And then we see if we can slot in one more. So. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna do 4. Okay, we put you here. We put you here, and then we do 5. It's fine. Alright, Ham, please DM me your login data. Make sure to use spoiler tags, all of that, you know, the classics. I'm gonna get something to drink in the meantime. And then we are going for, well, you know, the reviews. It's time. So. So.
I've been feeling so small. Watch the
So, let's log in.
Spend my coin for sure. I'm gonna
Drink
be
water, you
myself.
dehydrated
Be
bitch.
someone else.
I just did.
Stopping now. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes.
Da-da-da.
I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm so. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in
Alright. Please delete your login data. Thank you.
faster car. Nothing can break me. No, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town.
So. Let's have a look. Alright, Ham, are you ready? Then let's jump straight in. A seat enjoy, which means we actually have like Oval Squad members, possibly. You're ready. Great. So, the user background. Level 60. You have 1 million Dennies, which is surprisingly not that much. You have used, hopefully, some ether batteries. You still have a lot of backup. You have skipped... Well, some of the Oval Squad, I suppose. You have skipped Lighter. You have not lost your 50-50 to S11 yet, and you do not have Jane. That's fair. Your Neko is M2 in level 10. Well, cat abuse. Yo, ALG. Thank you. Welcome, YouTube viewers. Welcome, YouTube viewers. Hope you are having a good time with ALG over there. So, what else do we have? Well, that looks all good. Actually, let's quickly check your other resources before we go further in there. As well as your DA scores. So, we have 40, 30, 35 versus huge one. That is the premium team. Well, outside Sona, but it's fine. You have... Yeah. I mean, that looks fine. Honestly... If it's full M0... Well, let's have a look. Your Mindscapes! M0 seat... Well, whoop. M0 seat. M0 everything, probably. Let's quickly check. No Mindscapes at all. Oh no, you have M1 BB. Okay. M1 me BB. M1 Caesar. What does your Caesar look like? Usually I ignore her, but because you have M1, we're actually gonna have a look at her. Because you have her at M1, we will have a look at you. If you already got that one. Yeah, even on your set, exactly. You do have the A1 on Lycon. Looks fine. Alright, so let's have a look. Let's start off with a seat because, well, that is what you know, want to focus on here. It's your only start agent. So, 73 to 965. You are at 90 crit rate. You are 165. I suppose most of this is probably just gonna boil down to roll better substats. You run crit damage, electric damage, and attack. That is a really good piece. That is a nice piece, and that is a good piece as well. This one, they are all quite good. In the end, a lot of this probably boils down to, can you get more crit rate somewhere? You probably can. Actually, I would switch this. 78, 155 to 8, that stays the same. Do you have a little bit more crit rate here somewhere? You do. 288, 146, 80, that is better. You are gonna get a lot of crit damage sources, depending on who you play with. Who do you play seat with currently? Sambi Astra. Okay, if you play with a Sambi anyway, you don't need that much crit damage in comparison. You can focus more on crit rate and attack because Sambi is gonna share 35% of it, right? So, where's Sambi? Here. You're at 166. You do have the signature, so plus 60 here. At P6, you will also share damage bonus, right? Well, you're not gonna... I mean, you will share it, but Seed doesn't care about the aftershock part. You are gonna get another 30% here. The fuck am I talking about? The misinformation stream. We're just gonna making shit up here. The fuck am I talking about? Just run 4-piece branch and play. It's gonna be good. Yeah, so you ignore that part, right? You get like 60% here. Which means you're at 216. Do you have any? Bangbu, why are you here? No, I don't want to do... Want to speak to Deadly Assault. You are gonna get 60% here. So you are at 276. 276 plus Astra 20. It was 25 crit damage and 20 damage bonus, right? Yeah, exactly. Plus 25, so you're at 290. What else do you get crit damage sources from? I think that's it. Yeah, so you are gonna share nearly 100 crit damage, right? You share nearly 100 crit damage to your Seed, so she is honestly pretty packed even if you go for a lower amount here. Means going for attack and crit rate here is slightly better. So that is honestly slightly better allowed. If you can get more attack here, that would probably be pretty good as well. But I mean, you have all at M0. Defense. This. Defense. HE. I was thinking possibly you could run attack percent. But not in the current team, I think. No, it's good. If you decide to get cissia, cissia is gonna give another 40% crit damage as well, right? So even without Sambi, you're gonna have like a good chunk of crit damage here. Try to focus to keep your crit rate as close to 100% as you can. Get your attack up to 3000. And for crit damage, just get as much as you can after that. That's usually the priority for Seed. You might want to consider also leveling the assist, mainly because you will parry on her, basically. It's not that much of a choice. At least to a certain degree. Nangang Yu, 2-3, your attack is really low. That is a really good ether damage piece. That is a really good AM piece. You definitely need more attack. You have the signature, right? So you are gonna get 150 AP from this one as well. You get another 45 from this, so you get 200 AP. So basically you are at 577, right? 572 only from this. That is not including also, where is it? The 120 from here. So you're at nearly 700 AP, but you have like no attack. Because of that, and I would usually recommend running attack percent here, because most people have a lot of AP, but not a lot of other stuff. So I would focus on attack percent here rather... Oh, by the way, you have a better piece here. Rather than more AP right now. Question is if you have anything you could roll on. You might want to switch this. I would probably switch this for now and see how it turns out. 360 to 4, that is slightly better. Yeah, my problem is literally just a bit of attack. I wonder if you can... The problem is these two pieces are just so good. And unless you have like an Astral Voice that can keep up with that, which honestly is really unlikely given those subs and rolls, I don't think there's a way that you are gonna top that one. Let's wait. Let's quickly filter for Chaos Jazz if you have another attack piece possibly. I don't think you will have, but who knows. Yeah, you do not. It's really good. Like those two pieces are actually pretty insane. So you are not gonna change that. Try to focus more on attack on these ones, and you're probably pretty good to go. That's also really nice. Damn. Yeah. Get this one to 12. Her basic does not deal a lot of days. All your days are these two skills. They are the most days she has. These two skills make up 60% of her full days, right? So get those ones to 12, and if you leave this one at 11, that's fine. This has not the highest prio. It is Ultimate has the highest prio, then EX Special, well, or the other way around, it doesn't really matter. And then afterwards, Basic and Assist. So, yeah, but get more attack on her. But better than before now. 208 for you do not run Signature, correct? Because otherwise that would be an insane amount of AP. Yeah, it is honestly pretty good. You're running 4-piece Phaethons. Your AP discs are really good. Oh. Your AP discs are really good. I don't think I have rarely seen these many AP discs that good. You focus a little bit more on attack here. That is great. You even run ether damage bonus, and if you're nearly 2-7, that is fine, right? You get quite a bit of AP from Flight of Fancy here as well. So, yeah, that's really good idea as well. You have Sona at 33517. You are running a Kaboom, Impact. Okay, you just need more attack subs, right? Otherwise, that looks quite good, honestly. How do your resources look like? 24. Okay, you are a little bit dead on these resources. But most of this really boils down. You probably want to level her assist a bit more. But otherwise, it's roll better substats. 2-5. Let's switch this one back. Not that it matters for her HP, really. 51-2. Do you have one with flat HP? HP main stat, Flage is sub. No. No, okay. That was a nice one. Yep, the main thing you are looking for right now is flat HP subs on these two, right? HP main stat, flat HP sub. But outside of that, there is not really much more to improve. Keep in mind when you run Tusks of Fury that you want to trigger perfect dodges, right? Which means you want to actively dodge. Or trigger interrupts, but most of the time you want to just actively dodge because you're not gonna trigger too many interrupts, unless you use like ultimates or something, right? Otherwise that's fine. That's honestly pretty good for a non-sick Zhao. 92, that is a really good amount of crit rate. You're running ER, that looks good. If you can get like a little bit more crit rate somewhere, would be insane. You probably can reach 100% crit rate. Those are really good discs. Those are really good discs. You can surely reach. It's a nice impact disc. You have a good chunk of Woodpecker's discs here to use. Not bad, not bad. That's also a really nice disc. You should keep that one. Who knows what happens in the future, right? Maybe there will be an AM character that wants some crit rate. So looks like a really good dial-in as well. You have everything maxed that is somewhat tish important. You probably want to, you know, get this one to like 12. You have that one leveled as well. You maybe want to give it a little bit, like 2 more points in that, but it's like not very that important. Roll better substats for those as well. Those are already really good. Like, these two are very nice. That one is very nice. It's primarily these two. But yeah, reaching the full 24k HP is really difficult and, you know, without sick. That also looks kind of good. Do you... let's quickly check, because your Phaethon's pieces have been really nice. You do run pen ratio here, you don't have Mindscape, so that is to be considered. You could consider, because the subs on these two pieces are not the greatest, whether or not running the two-piece Phaethons might still be better, depending on the subs you have available. That is really nice, so you could do this here, and then change that one here. I think that is worth trading. Let's quickly screenshot this one. So we are gonna steal Piper's disc here. We are going for this one here, and this one here. So you lose out on 28 attack, and you gain 18 more AP. However, you also have 11 more anomaly mastery. So because of her core, she converts every point into 1.6 AP, right? So you get like another 18. So you have 36 more anomaly proficiency in exchange for 8% pen ratio and 27 attack. I think if you can actually steal like a good piece here, a good slot here, that might be even better. We have a... you could use this one here. We have another Phaethons that is good here. What is current? Attack +1, pen +2. Attack +1, pen +2. If you're willing to switch around some discs, you have some good good chances here as well to upgrade that. But I think this one is better. 36 more AP should be worth over 8 pen ratio, because your substats overall are just better. This is now your weakest disc, which you probably can replace the easiest. Get like 1 or 2 attack substat rolls here, and you're golden. 2 attack substat rolls will also give you like nearly 3k attack. Also, you can just change whatever you have on her, right? And just give it to Piper, give it to Jane. You literally just can share this exact build between all 3 of them. You could also do so with the Puffer, right? But I think your Puffer pieces are weaker than these two, and because of her core, it's worth it. Also, you build up anomaly now slightly faster, which can help as well. But Bo, you are not running... okay, you certainly want a 2-piece Phaethons on her. Yo, Stormcurse, thank you for the raid. Hello, welcome. Hope you have had a good stream, man. Hope you have had a good stream. Okay, so your attack and AM is... sorry, your attack and AP is fine, right? You definitely want to have the 2-piece Phaethons. You definitely want to have the 2-piece Phaethons. So, let's see what you have here. Do you have an attack piece? Well, that does not look like you do right here. Alright. You love the YouTubers? Well, much appreciated. Happy if they help. Happy if they help. Let's have a look at Moonlight here. You have an attack Moonlight piece. Surely you do. You don't. Okay. Surely you have some raiders. Not raiders. I shouldn't read chat at the same time. Some stuff here. Yeah, bro. Okay, I'm not even gonna ask if I'm allowed to do that. I will just do that. We are going for Phaethons. We are not going for this. We're just gonna do a temple. We're looking for an attack main stat. That is a good pain ratio piece. Physical damage, ether damage, death, fire damage. Actually, this has a chance. Can you roll AP? Okay, you have no resources here. We're gonna roll until we have an attack main stat. Can you roll AP sub? No, you do not. Well, actually we should probably keep this anyway. We are gonna keep this anyway because it's the one attack piece we have right now. Ether damage. Oh, look at this. That is the one we're gonna roll. And this one as well. Oh my god, we shouldn't have rolled the other one. Why do I have this? Dismantle. Alright, if you apply for an account review, please do this before. Please do this. There are so many other things I could do than this. Take care of your account a little bit. Actually, we're gonna keep that one. We're gonna keep that one as well. Why is it not locked? That's a good piece. That one should be locked as well. That one we can trash, and this one we can trash as well. Okay, let's dismantle this. 79. Better. Bro, holy shit. We can trash this one. We don't want to trash that one. They are not even locked. Why are they not even locked? That is a very unfortunate roll. That one we can keep. That one we don't want to keep. Protopunk. How much to clean up your discs? 30 per minute. The thing is that we keep it for now. You have like none of these. Okay, let's dismantle those two. And also keep in mind, you know, you get a lot of Denny's back. This is a lot of money you can get back as well. So please do that. Okay, so we have our discs here. Let's roll a bit and see what happens. Well, that is very good. So we take this one. And here we are gonna go for something attacky. Let's roll on this one, actually. Let's see if we can save the resources. 286, okay. So, we are gonna go with this for now. It doesn't really matter if this is like 14 short or something, or if you lose some AP. She scaled off her anomaly mastery, right? So you really want the 2-piece Phaethons. It's basically non-negotiable. You always want to have that. So make sure to have that. That's kind of it, right? If you want to, you really can invest more into her if you want to. It's not like the most important, but it's also not the worst. 61, you are not overcapping on crit rate. 17 plus 12 is 29, plus 10 is 39, so you are at exactly 100% crit rate. That is very good. 122 to 3, yeah, most of this is literally just roll better substats, right? This has like 0 usable substats. You did have Yijuan. You do have Yijuan, okay. You also want to level these, right? Ultimate and assist, that's his entire damage. So get this both of these to 14. YSG, that is okay. Ultimate basics are maxed, 50, 176, 38. That is pretty good. That looks quite nice. I think the main problem you have is that you are missing out on a lot of substats. There's no crit rate on here. There's no attack percent on here. There's no attack percent on here. You do have no crit damage on this one, and the rest is fine, right? So you are only running double substats rather than triple substats on basically every single disc, except for like, except for this one. So that is something you definitely want to have a look at. But that is also just real better substats. You will not really parry on her most of the time. I think the main problem you have is that you want to level this regardless because it's her entry skill damage, right? And her entry skill damage is very noticeable. So that's actually the first thing I'm gonna note down. Because I think that is like actually important now. Ye Guang assist to 11 plus. You're actually giving up a lot of damage by not having her entry skill leveled. Like, you don't care about the assist, right? You care about the entry skill, which is her quick assist-ish thingy. And otherwise, you know, roll better subs, whatever. And Xieshong Guang, you will be fine. 57, 69, 3, 4. You do have signature. That means that your attack subs are surprisingly low. Yeah, you have no attack percent on this one. And arguably, you can just run crit rate main stat. You would want to. Or run attack percent main stat. Why does it roll everything HP? I don't want HP. Oh wait, that is a really nice piece. Okay, so let's use this one. 38, 38, that is pretty good. So, and now you can focus on crit rate subs here. Question is if it's easier to run crit rate and get some attack percent subs. Given your current account state, maybe it is. You have quite some good pieces though. You have quite some good pieces. Let's filter for Shockstar, Disco, and King of the Summit. You can give up attack right now, that is fine, right? We are only looking for crit rate. There is... Unless you switch stuff with like Collator here. Oh, you have like really good ones here. Okay, we're gonna do that. Let's ignore your Collator for a second. We're gonna switch this. You're at 43, 64, 37. You can go down. So we are looking for an impact disc here with attack. Yasuna would be really good here, but well. Let's actually do that. We're going here. King of the Sun. We're just doing the 10 pulls, right? We have more than enough of those. There is an attack sub. Can you get a crit rate sub though? A crit rate sub would be great on those. Impact, crit damage. Can we get crit rate? We can. But can we also roll into this? We can. Great, that is a really good disc for her. Look, you even have an ER piece here with double attack and AP. That's not bad either. Wait, that was a really good 10 pull, actually. That was a really good 10 pull. Wait. We are gonna fix your tiger here. We are gonna fix your tiger. 48, 38, you still have too much attack. I mean, too much attack is not a thing. But let's do a temple here as well. For that one. Just going for the crit rate. To get you up here. You know what? That is already enough. Question is if we can get a better one. I don't think we need, but... this one also has double attack, which we can save. What is this one real? Could be worth a consideration as well. So wait. So this is a really nice disc, but we really, you know, you have more than enough attack. There you go. So you now have more than enough on your attack buff. You have your crit rate up back to what it was. Otherwise, that looks pretty good. Your skills are leveled as they should be. You can invest more if you want to, but your Tiger is looking pretty good now. Your Yijuan is at 6733. Yeah, that is just a roll better substat situation. Exactly. Like, this is really nice, but you are missing a lot of subs. You're missing a lot of valid substats. A single substat is unfortunately that. This is a really good disc. Very, very good. That one is missing HP percent as a sub, but it's not the worst, right? That one is really good as well. And this one is missing crit damage and, well, it's mainly missing crit damage, I guess. That's kind of it. You have a lot of attack ones. So, I'm gonna give you homework. Clean your discs, right? Delete all of the discs that are trash. It is, given the amount of discs you have, that is a lot of resources. A lot of resources. I would not be surprised if it's at least 5 million Dannies what you have there. I would not be surprised if it's at least 5 million Dannies. And also like 2,000 plus disc level mats, whatever they were called. I am very highly confident that is what you get out of whatever you have, if not even more. So, do that first and foremost. That's like your very first thing to do. Then afterwards, go through your agents and look for this, right? Look for this thing. Like, you are missing HP percent and crit damage, which means you are then going through all of your things where you can see, okay, this has a lot better substats. You do lose out on the crit rate here, but this is so much more important to not lose out on so many other stats, right? You do want a little bit more crit rate, so now you would not want to look, okay, where can you get more crit rate? So that is what you want to look out for as well. And then you want to see, like, this thing you can just delete, right? It has like one substat. Even if it rolls like 5 times into crit rate, it would arguably still be worse than, you know, one where you roll 3 times into crit rate, but you don't have crit damage and HP percent on it. So try to, this is probably still the disc you can replace the easiest, by the way, but the crit rate is important, but missing out on 14% crit damage and 6% HP is not necessarily worth like 4% crit rate. So do this first, clean your discs, right? And then for YSG, look for more CR on D2. That's basically it. It's okay if you switch this and you have like crit rate +2, HP +0, crit damage +1 or something. That is totally fine. But if you run this one, you are losing out on too many stats. These discs should also never be leveled in the first place, by the way. Just for everybody, right? You always want to make sure you have at least 2, if not 3 valid. Like if this, you don't have at least 2 substats, just don't even level it. Just destroy it. It's not worth it. Most of the time. Because even if it rolls like good, like this, you're missing out on too many other stats. You could also consider for these 2, arguably that is pretty good, right? Maybe you have a good woodpecker you could run. You do have an ether damage bonus with crit rate here. You have a good crit damage one. Do you have a good crit damage one? You do not, okay. I mean, you do, right? You could, like, steal this from the Zuyuan. That would be fine. Whether or not you want to do that is up to you, right? But you could do that. Run this one here. To be fair, like, you're losing some subs. So maybe you have a better option somewhere, but doesn't look like you do right now. Otherwise, you can pull for it at Alphys, right? You have the resources. Otherwise, that looks leveled. Good enough. That guy is dead. 420, 3k, so you're running attack here. Yes, you do. AM, AP, that is basically roll better substats. Yeah, roll better substats. Evelyn, 46, that is looking not all too bad. You are running Brimstone. You are not running Brimstone. You're running Severed Innocence. Your attack is pretty low. So what you are looking for is more attack. And you're already running double attack subs. Yeah. You have an effective attack percent substat roll on your Evelyn of 0. There is no attack percent here, no attack percent here, no attack percent here, no attack percent here, and no attack percent here, and no attack percent here. Sure, you cannot roll attack percent because, you know, on these two, because you have attack percent main stat, but your effective attack percent substats are 0. To phrase this nicely, that is pretty bad. You are looking to 14 plus attack percent subs on Evelyn. So let's try to change that. Oh, look at that. I would argue that's an improvement. Here, let's see what we can do. You have crit rate +3 on this one. Okay, that is not a thing. Okay, we need more ether plating agents here. So what we are gonna do is we are gonna go back here and dismantle. And I just want to show this to you, alright? If we destroy like these 4, that is 150,000 Dennies and 50 of these. You know, actually go down to what you have leveled here. And you have probably a lot that are not actually good. Alright. So that one you probably want to keep for now. That one is not very great. That one isn't great either. That one is not great either. Not good. That one you can keep for now. That one is honestly pretty good, so I would keep it. That one is also very good. That one is not that great. That one is pretty good. That one's dog shit. That one's dog shit. That one's dog shit. That one you might want to keep for a little while. That one is pretty good. Attack with crit damage. Might want to keep it for now. Crit rate, that one's bad. That one's fine. That one's not the worst. That one's bad. That one has some AP on it, but that's about it. Okay, that one you want to keep for now. That one's bad. This one is very good, actually. And that one you want to keep as well for now. So if you just do this, right? Look at how many I selected. I really didn't select many, right? 840,000 Dennies and 300 of these. It is... You have an insane amount of money. Did I say 5 million Dennies? I'm sorry. This is probably 10 to 15 million Dennies you have here. It is probably more than than 5 million. I'm highly confident on that. So let's go back here. We are looking for Bronze and Blade as well as Puffer. So that one is fixed. We are looking here. You also have like a good chunk here you can do as well. So let's use Bronze and Blade here. Or do we have a better one here? Maybe we can roll a bit. We now have the resources. Good. Mark it as trash. You mark this one as trash. Yo, Silverview, hello, hello. That one. Mark it as trash. We roll on this one a little bit. Crit rate, nope. Crit damage. Nope. Crit rate. Here you have crit damage, surely. Crit damage. I should stop jinxing it, I think. Look, you can earn this one. 70, 250, 234. That is looking so much better now. That is looking so much better now. There are a lot of AM pieces you have here. Which is, to be fair, and also a lot of good ER pieces. Your puffers are not that bad. I would also highly recommend you to use like the lock and destroy feature, because that is just gonna help you massively. If you care about the death agent, if that ever comes, you know, you can keep it or unlock it or whatever you feel like. Impact, you know, this is also not bad. You can use that on some agents. That does have some crit damage. You would lose crit rate here. You're running crit rate main stat. I probably would not do that. I mean, to be fair, you would be running... You know what? I think it is fine to keep this for now. But you definitely want an attack percent there instead. You have some pen ratio here. Pen ratio, fist damage, fire damage, pen ratio. Do you have Astral Voice? I mean, you do have Astral Voice, but do you have a good one? That is the question. And this one roll attack percent or crit rate? Close enough. Ether damage bonus, another ether damage bonus. Those are really good pieces for Suyon. Okay, you do not really have too much here. We are gonna keep this right now. It's better than whatever you have had before. You're missing like 2% crit rate, right? Ideally, you would want to get that somewhere. Your goal ideally is to change Evelyn, crit damage. That would be like the end goal, right? Crit damage D5. Sorry, attack percent. Attack percent in D4 and pen in D5. That would be your goal. So, yeah. Yo, thank you so much for the raid, 5tail. Hi. I hope you have had a good time, a good stream. What have you been playing? What have you been doing? Hello, hello, raiders. Welcome in. We are doing currently an account review for, well, a viewer. Doo-dum. Yeah, you really don't want the crit rate main stat here, right? But you will need to roll a bit for that. So I think that is okay for now, especially given that you don't have signature. If you can, it's probably better to get Forsake. It's also really good for account health generally, but to be fair, you do have Cordis and you have Severed and you have Brimstone, so it's not the most all-important for you. Astra 3-1. Okay, your Astra is a little bit cooked in subs. Your Astra is a little bit cooked in your subs. Damn. Just got out of HSR. One of these days I'll ask for an account review in ZZ, but right now I know exactly everything wrong with that. Thanks for getting some of the best guys. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Happy if they help. That's like the one important part, right? Damn it. You really want some more attack subs on your Astra. Like, a lot more attack subs. You have no flat attack on this. Wait, I'll run this one. 3-2-5. 3, that is looking better. That, like, the subs on these now are fine. Here you could roll +3, here you could roll +3, here you could roll +3. And here you could use some flat attack. To be fair, it has like +3 already in the attack percent department, right? So... wonder if this one's better, probably not. Oh wait, we can do this one. No. Speaking of HSR, I kinda should reinstall that somewhere. I actually have it reinstalled, I just haven't played it for a while now. This has flat attack. Can we just roll nicely? No, we cannot, damn. Yeah. Wait. Want to check 3, 2, 7, 4, 7. 3, 2, 4, 7. 3, 2, 4, 3. Okay, this literally doesn't change anything. It's 3 attack in favor of the +3. There's really not much difference. Roll better substats, but given that you do not have signature, right, it's just fine. There's like... it's not even just signature, it's just like you need more subs, and otherwise you're good, you're running ER, so there's not much. You're running even Kaboom, which is nice as well. So yeah. 53, get up or assist, unless you don't play her anymore. But if you still play Chingy, well, just assist to 11+. It's generally, that applies to all stunners, right? For every stunner, you always want the assist at 11+. You will parry on them, whether you want or not. And that is like a lot where the daze comes from. It's not only the assist follow-up, it's also the parry daze itself. So that is good. And everything else you do want to get out of the basics as well. Pulchra too, yes. Especially Pulchra, actually. Basics, 212. Assist EX ult. Again, if you don't play Chingy, you can, you know, feel free to ignore it. 50, 336, 33. You would want to run Brimstone on her. So that is a fair amount of attack. It could be higher for Brimstone on her. Do you play Chingy Nicole? Probably. So you would be at basically 100% crit rate, which is good. And you run attack. So that is nice. You could get a little bit more attack. Yeah, you're missing a lot of subs here. Oh my. Fuck your crit rate, man. Bro, what are these discs? Why are they not even saved? What is this? Your Zuzu just is getting power charged here. We are just power charging her. What else do you have? At this point, I don't even want to ask anymore. We get you a little bit more crit rate on this, and you are golden. Even if you give up a bit on attack now. Okay, that one rolled kind of badly. No! Oh my god. That makes me sad. God damn it. We need a little bit more crit rate on you. Bit more crit on you. You have like really good pieces here, actually. Do we have, wait. This is crit rate +0. Arguably, the thing is, I really just don't want this piece. I mean, it is still better than before, but I really want a better piece here. I really want a better piece here. Do you actually have a really good Suyuan? If you just were to roll slightly better. Crit rate. No. Crit rate. That would be an insane disc with crit rate. You can probably level it anyway. To be fair, that's... you could use this on like Nicole or whatever. Even on Astra. Oh! Juicy. That one cannot roll bad. He said, and I rolled the most average ever. Okay. Another one. Oh my. Oh, you're out of mats again. Okay, never mind. If this rolls like twice more, like one more in crit rate and once more attack percent or something, that's good. Dismantle time. Actually, wait, we can go up here, you know, select all of these, which we already marked. Imagine, you know, if you did that by default. 151, very nice. My entire PC is lagging when I scroll down this thing here. I actually wanted to power through the reviews, and instead, I spent most of my time fixing discs. Good enough. Why is this locked? I didn't meant to lock that anyway. So, wait. Let's get back to the level 11 one. God damn it. 49. We need a bit more crit rate. I mean, this is like the same disc, except this one is better because it has one more attack roll. That is... Imagine if this rolled like twice into crit rate instead. You have so many good potential discs here, and the main thing that is missing are like crit rate subs. Damn. We are gonna... This is gonna work. This is just gonna work easily. Crit rate, but we are looking for a little bit more subs than just that. Can you stop rolling pen? What is this? Crit rate? No. Damn it. Crit rate? I mean, that's a good AP piece, possibly, right? Great 2-piece AP. Oh, look at that. A 4-liner? Unless this rolls literally 3 times or more into HP percent, it will be the best disc you have on your account. To be fair, that is a pretty good disc. I was low-key hoping for it to roll 3 times into this, you know, just so that I could leave the stream, you know, for the content, but... You know, like this. That is what I wanted. I wanted it to roll like this, so that I could literally just leave the stream. That is what I wanted. I should have done this now, but... Well then. We are gonna use that. You know what? Frick your 4% missing crit rate, you will use the Scott disc. You're missing 6% crit rate, right? Your crit damage is actually too high in that sense. Just act as if it happened now. Yeah, now it's too late. Your attack is still too low, funnily enough. It's still too low. But the crit rate is the main thing we want to fix right now. So we are looking for crit damage piece here. Or another attack piece here. We could also do that. But I don't know how much you still play Zuzu, right? So I'm just gonna give you that as homework. Roll more crit rate, attack percent in slot, well, in D4 and 6. You don't really care too much about crit damage anymore, right? Just crit rate and attack are the substats you are looking for. So you want to make sure this has both substats. This would be slightly, you know, you really would want one more crit rate roll here. And here, you know, just go for, okay, to be fair. You cannot roll attack percent here, so D4. Roll more CR and D6. That is like the main part you're looking for. It's gonna be more difficult to like roll more crit rate here, to be fair. You could also change this actually. Wait. Damn it. You know what? The problem is these discs are just really good. The problem is these discs are just really good. How are we supposed to fix that? How are we supposed to fix this? Like, you have a lot of resources and you probably can roll better, but... The thing is that you really just don't need that much crit damage on her. You just don't need that much crit damage on her. It's fine, whatever. We will leave it at this. If you want to, I will just, you know... Roll 6% more CR. Basically, it doesn't really matter what disc. You can give up some crit damage, it's fine. Don't give up too much attack. Ideally, for a for a highly competitive top 0.1% Suyon, you are looking at approximately 4,000 attack here. So this is arguably still too low, if that makes sense. Specifically, by the way, for the Chingy Nicole team. That is very important because you have no attack buffers in that team, right? And also for Brimstone. So keep that in mind. Me Bibi, M1 to 550, your attack is way too low. And you... Oh my. Okay. I don't think we are able to get through 5 accounts today. I will be real. I'm sorry to Edward and Crestfallen. It might be that we have to cut you. We have to see. Unless I just do not start giving a fuck about these accounts. You have no attack percent subs here, no attack percent subs here, no attack percent subs here. Here you have 2, here you have 3, have 5, and here you have 0. Which makes sense because you run attack percent main stat. With a layout of attack percent here, pen ratio, crit damage, you would be looking at least 3,200 attack. You're like 500 attack short, and that is... Like, you would want 3,000 or 3,200 attack with Anomaly Mastery in slot 6. You currently don't have that. Your crit damage, arguably you don't even want that as well, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna look for an attack percent here. Maybe even crit rate, but I think we can go for an attack percent with crit rate sub. And this will crit damage. No, okay. Crit damage, crit rate. Can this work crit damage or AP? You could also go for an AP build if you... We're gonna go with that one. AP, look at that. Yeah, we're gonna go with that one. You're gonna play AP me BB now. We're gonna play AP me BB now. We're also not gonna go for pen ratio. You do have the M1, so we are gonna go with the ice damage one here instead. Or if you have an attack percent one because your attack is really low. You do not. Okay, we're gonna go with the ice damage one. And here we're gonna look for some crit rate with attack subs. Well, that is a really good BB piece, possibly. Look at that, you just have to roll more on your disc, and you're just gonna roll attack percent into everything. So, do we have a better piece here as well? Trigger crit damage. You don't need crit damage anymore. You're just playing APBB now. Do you have... You really want an AM piece. Can we roll for an AM piece on your account? Yo, Ivan, hello. Can we roll for an AM piece on your account, which means we would craft like 2 of these? Is that fine for you? Yeah? Alright, so. Just quickly waiting for stream delay and stuff, right? Before I click this. It's not reversible. So. We are going for an AMPs here. Crunch and Blade, Anomaly Mastery. I actually wonder if we should do Anomaly Mastery. Attack percent crit rate. Ideally, crit damage would be good as well, but we're going for the attack here. Surely that rolls nicely. Okay, we're gonna save it. We cannot get it to 15 right now. We have to dismantle again! Okay, Yumi Bibi is gonna be the last unit I fix because there are other people as well, and having to go through all of this is not what I wanted to do. So... it is reversible actually. Oh, I didn't know that. Never mind then. I really hope that you're... There we go. Fuck! We have to pull for an attack percent instead. Ether damage bonus, crit rate, attack. Attack with crit rate. Can you roll crit damage sub? Oh. I was busy spending the evening looking at Rift's legs. The new model is so hot, isn't it? Isn't it? It is so good. What do you roll? Physical damage, electric damage, HP, ether damage. Can you give me something good? Attack crit rate, ice damage. Can you roll crit rate? No. I mean, it's an arguably good BB disc. Or AP BB. Imagine you have this... God damn it. When is the new model revealed again? I will announce that tomorrow. I will announce that tomorrow. That is also a nice piece. It's gonna be rather soon, but I'm still waiting for the announcement art to be finished, which is basically just gonna be the thumbnail, basically. Wait. No, no. Why do we not roll attack percent main stat? Okay, that is a really good off slice 5 piece. Fist damage with crit. Bro, I just want attack percent main stat. I just want an attack percent main stat. And instead I get everything but that. Oh wait, that is fucking insane. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is freaking insane. Wait. Never mind. I don't want an attack percent main stat. I want this one. I want that one. Wait, that is very good. Okay, we are still very low. You know what? We're gonna roll here for an attack percent main stat as well. Surely that is gonna work out. It worked out so well the last times. Down to 400 discs. Okay, Guy has so much to dismantle. I do not worry about that. Okay, I do worry about the resources right now because it's just really freaking annoying. Normally proficiency, attack. Yeah, we're gonna lock this one. So. To be fair, that one we should keep with the 2 AP rolls. That's not bad. Impact slot 6, that's okay. We don't get rid of this one. Get rid of this one, we get rid of this one, we keep that one. Get rid of this one. This one, this one. That is the most unfortunate thing I've rolled in a long time. HP plus... no. No, no. Keep this one. And that is slot 2. But we keep that one. That's also good subs. We keep this one. That one we don't. I mean, that's not fantastic, but for now we can keep. That one we don't want. Why is that even level 215? There's nothing on here. Yo, Icky, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Sleep well, sleep well. Okay, we're gonna, like, look at that. I just select, this took me like 5 minutes. 1.2 million Dannies, nearly 400 of these, 39 of these. Please, dismantle your stuff. Okay, me BB. Let's go back to the woodpecker party. Thank you, thank you. I pressed the button a few times. Freaking insane. I know. Thank you. Thank you. Let's roll on this one for one. Let's roll it once. There's nothing else here, right? HP. That one we don't want to roll on. Arguably, you could run crit rate main stat. Could be a possibility for you. So, attack with crit rate AP. That is not bad. That's actually pretty good. We are gonna roll with that for now. HP main stat. Well, that is a bit unfortunate. Crit rate with crit damage. We can keep that. Let's roll a little bit more. You have so many resources. Oh, yeah. 1.5 useful subs. And then it rolls HP. That is unfortunate. Well, it is what it is. A crit rate, crit damage, flat HP could be usable on something. That, I mean, maybe there will be somebody in the future who wants like HP percent on slot 4. Who freaking knows? That's also good. Okay, one last one. We will stay at 200 for you. Either there's something useful in here, or there is nothing useful in here. And it looks like the answer is gonna be nothing. Well, that is unlucky. Alright, BB. We are gonna switch this AP disc now to the attack one we just rolled. This one. You are at 28, 104, 68, 301. You want more attack and more crit rate. You want more attack and more crit rate. And arguably also more crit damage, but it's the slot 6 which is keeping you down for a lot. So, Miyabi. 3k plus attack stat screen, right? If you can, let's make it 2.9. Let's make it 3k. 110 plus % crit damage if you can, and try to hit 80% plus crit rate if you need to. Those are just like the stat goals. To be fair, right? You're This is your weakest disc. You can change this to like attack percent or whatever for now. But ideally you really would want to run AM. But, you know, do attack if you don't have anything better. Your crit rate is still too low, your crit damage is slightly too low, but it doesn't really matter all too much. You're really looking for triple discs. Like this one would be really good, what your Suyon has right now. Question is if you would want to take that away. How does this one roll? Well, not that great. That one has good potential. And then misrolls. To be fair, that's a really nice disc. It is worse than what you currently have for me, I beat specifically, but yeah, stick with this for now, I think. It's better than what we have had before, but yeah. Yo, Gib, hello. How are you doing? How are you doing? We also have to do our roast session someone, like tomorrow maybe. That suits you. Even though I'm not sure if I will actually play tomorrow. Well, stream. We will have to see. I have to finish the NTE thing. I have to finish NTE. 353-268. Your attack is low. You have no attack subs on this one. And no attack subs on this one, but it's also +3. So you do want for Yanagi if you play her. For Yanagi, if you play her, ultimate 212. Keep in mind that she is like the only anomaly unit where skill levels on her EX and ultimate matter, because she actually has an inherent AP scaling here, right? It will deal additional damage equal to, you know, a large percent of her AP, and this one goes up, like the additional damage multiplier goes up by 225% per skill level. So this actually matters for Yanagi specifically. That is why you want to level those. Your AP is fine, especially since you run Gemini. You're at like 530, but your attack is pretty low. So roll more attack subs. Roll more attack subs. Ideally, you're looking at 3000 plus attack, right? That's basically the ballpark you can think about for every single character in the entire game, outside of like some certain supports or whatever. But 3000 attack is usually a good ballpark. That doesn't obviously apply to every character, but yeah. Okay, Yosokaku is dead. Your Sambi is at 100%, 3-2, 118. You would usually be running Severed, so let's switch that one. 3000 attack, exactly 166. You want better substats, but that's basically it, right? You probably have a lot of good discs you could roll on again. I have the feeling you do. I have the feeling you have a good chunk of discs you could roll on. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that for you again. There are like 5 other people who are waiting. But yeah, level your assist on her. Sambi assist to 10ish. The main reason why you want to do that is, again, like, you are gonna parry on her somewhere. So it's just free to do that. 350 to 8, you do not have her signature. Okay. You run Weeping, so that is fine. You do have her at P6, which means you want energy regeneration here as well as a 2 PCR. So that is something you definitely are looking for. Either Moonlight Lullaby or Swing Jazz. Primarily, the question is if you have like an ER piece here that you can use with a good chunk of AP. And attack. ER main stat with AP attack substats. Do you have one on your Chaos Jazz? I feel like you do not, but worth checking, right? Yeah, you do not. We're gonna steal that from Lucy for now. That is much more important. You do have fist damage, attack pen ratio. You could run pen ratio on her, it's fine. Electric fire damage. Can this roll attack? No, cannot. You could also run attack percent main stat, but you're looking for this right now. This has AP sub, okay. No, that's not the worst. We're gonna go with this one, and then you can run I don't know, this one here. Oh no. 2, 5, 3, 9. Okay, so your energy is now fixed. However, you do have the problem that your attack is like negative. So you really need a lot more attack subs on all of these. At all. You're looking at 3,200 plus attack, right? So for Bernice, let's just say 3k plus attack, right? It is fine to give up, you can give up a bit of AP if needed. The main reason why you can do that is because you do run Weeping Gemini, which is gonna give you 130 of it, right? So you would be at 530 AP right now, nearly 560. Actually, more than that, 563, but anyway. So it is okay to just run like some attack percent instead here. 25k attack is really low. Okay, look, you have a better one here. That one is okay. Like these, you're unlikely to replace, but this one you definitely want to replace. So that is what you're looking for, certainly. Caesar. I mean, to be fair, it's Caesar, right? You run whatever. I would not run Protopunk because Protopunk is a useless set, especially the 2-piece. The 4-piece is, you know, it has its applications, but otherwise it's useless. The 2-piece, like, who the fuck cares about shield increase? However, you know, just use like something like this. Crit rate, crit damage. Do we have a crit rate instead here? Yeah, let's just use Woodpecker. Anything better than 2-piece Proto. 56, 107, 1A, and then you would use her signature, right? So that is better. Level the assist to 12. That's like everything about her, right? I mean, usually I ignore Caesar, but you do have her M1. So, assist to 12. All of her days, everything she does is basically her assist. Pulchra, 48. You do not have enough crit rate. You do need more crit rate. You're 2% short unless you run Game Ball somewhere, so... Here you go. Use this one, 50, 67, 22. That is looking better. You do run Box Cutter R5. You have your levels not very leveled. So, Pulchra, all of her days comes from basically 3 skills, right? So, Assist, EX, and Ultimate. You want all to 15 or 16. Ideally even 16 if you want to. Pulchra has the problem that she's an A rank. As dumb as it sounds, right? He has the problem that she's an A rank. So that's kind of like what it boils down to. You really want those skill levels of everything. Piper. Okay, you just switch whatever your Alice has. You will never use Lucy again. She is also dead, I suppose. Your Rena is also dead, I suppose. Unless you do have a Moonlight ER piece here. Do you do? You do not have a Moonlight ER piece. I mean you do, but it's currently held by your Astra. 4-piece Shockstar, you can do that. The main problem that Lycon has is he does like no days from his basics. Comparatively. So I would recommend you to run either 4-piece King of the Summit or Astral Voice instead. You can run AM or ER or Impact. All of these are fair main stats, depending on what you are looking for. So, Lycon, 4-piece King of the Summit or Astral Voice, depending on the team. Both are fine. I would not recommend 4-piece Shockstar Disco. I don't think that's good. You can run Impact or ER or AM in D6, whatever you feel like. Generally, those two are preferable. Most of the time, Impact is the most general one, you know, the one that is most likely just gonna work the best. If you run mono ice, AM is fine. And aside from that, you know, try to hit 50% crit rate for King of the Summit. 50% CR for King of the Summit if run. Corrin, you actually have a build Corrin. You actually have a build Corrin. I have not seen that outside of like Horn Zone. Huh. Honestly, not bad. Honestly, not bad. You run Steel Cushion, and that is also a pretty good Corrin, by the way. I think this is your weakest piece right now. Buffer. That is like your weakest piece. Actually, you can also just run Cordis. So if you run Cordis, you would be overcapping on crit rate right now, which means that you can switch this one to an attack crit damage one, like this. Okay, maybe not this one. Like one that looks like that, just rolls better. You know what? I want to roll for this. Like, let's quickly do that. Cordis is the best weapon choice, right? So... okay, we are gonna quickly roll for that. It's so rare to see a Corrin main, or somebody who actually has a build... oh my god. A build Corrin. Oh, what? That's fine. I kind of feel like doing something for that. Okay, one more run. The other one is like very balanced. I don't want a very balanced disc. I want a disc that looks insane. Okay, we don't want more crit rate. We have enough crit rate on her. Here. Yeah, there where we go. That is good. That is good. You know what? We take it. That's fine. This one could roll fine. It does not. Good. Okay. So, Corrin, where are you? So, we are gonna take this one and replace it with the other one. I mean, it's better regardless. There we go. So, you are at 98% crit rate, 146 crit damage, and 3.3k attack. That's very nice. The main problem you probably have is that 4-piece, well, the 2-piece puffer is a little bit annoying with Cordis. Yeah, the death threat, right? But I mean, it's not the worst, and it is gonna work, so that is good enough. You would want to... you could improve this one as well. Just get a little bit better stat balancing. That is also like one of your weaker discs, despite it not being bad. Yeah, all of this is just gonna be such a min-max thing. It's honestly a pretty nice Corrin. Honestly, a pretty nice Corrin. Just keep in mind to switch this back to... I don't freaking remember who had this. Seed. Yeah. You want to... I mean, you can do this as well, right? But Cordis is just slightly better on her than Steel Cushion. There's one technique with a Steel Cushion specifically that kind of requires Trigger, because Trigger's chain attack places you behind the enemy. So if you use Trigger's chain attack and you chain into Corrin will be behind the enemy after that. That is why Steel Cushion can work pretty well on her, but it kind of requires Trigger. There are probably some other characters as well, but I only know of Trigger. You're running AM on her, that's fine, right? 4-piece Moonlight, that's okay. You actually have... so... I have to say, you are the first person I have seen who even owns Soul Rock. I have never seen a single account in my entire life who has a single piece of Soul Rock left. At all. I have literally never seen this in my entire life. That aside, so there are a few things about Ben. So first of all, Ben does not care too much about defense. So this 2-piece set is not great. What you are looking for, you can do like a 4-piece Inferno, but it requires like Critneys or Yuzua to really maintain it. I think lighter might work, but I'm not too sure about that. If you want to build them, right, no defense whatsoever. You just look for like crit damage attack, fire damage bonus. Well, crit damage, fire damage bonus attack, or also crit rate, depending on how good your substats are. And what set you run. If you run Inferno, you can run crit damage here usually. But yeah, the fact that you have Soul Rock at all is interesting. It's cool. I've never seen this. I don't even know what the artwork looks like. I was like, what disc is this? Chaos Jazz? And then, oh no, that is not Chaos Jazz. Well, I mean, the fact that you have Ben at even 40, you know, more than most people. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Your Deadly Assault scores are fine. You have a lot of batteries left here, right? Spend them. There's no reason for you to keep that many. Whatever. If all of your builds would have been like fantastic, I would have said, okay, you don't need to use them, right? But there's a lot on your account you can improve. A lot of them, you know, even if it is just level characters. But, yeah. Level your assists specifically, you know, for the characters you play. If you don't play like Pulchra, you know, who cares? And otherwise, look for the characters you play. Honestly, your Suyon is really, really good. Your Suyon is really good. Right, I want to see this quickly. Do you have her? You don't have her in your showcase. Who do you hate most here? You hate Alice the most, I guess. Just gonna... Crazy is selecting something here. We're gonna not log out of that, but... We are gonna check this in a second. I want to see that. Right, your current profile here. Look at that. You hate Alice the most. 2 B rank discs. Your Corrin looks so good, actually. Not bad. Damn, your Vivian is freaking cooked. What do you run? AM with no AP subs? Yeah. We are gonna go into that in a second. Seed is your overworld agent, so let's log out of this one and let's give you a review before we go into that one. So, account grading. Well, I hope my editors are gonna have fun enjoying a 2-hour account review. I hope you are gonna enjoy that a lot. So, copy text. New post. Account grading. Resource management. A, because you have like way too much resources. Disc rolls. A+. There was a... not A star. There was a lot you could improve. Your builds were honestly pretty mid for what you have had. Your skipped units were just fine. As minus. Your deadly assault scores were honestly pretty good for what you had. Your overworld agent joins, I just... Seed is just not my thing. I think it's an A account, A minus probably. I'm thinking if your builds were actually A minus. I would give your builds a B, mainly because you had 10 million discs lying around with like triple substats that you just could have rolled on for a god disc, like 10,000 times. So let's give your builds a B. How many batteries would it take to take an F in a resource? It's not just the batteries. There are a lot more, but Yeah, you know. I'm gonna give you an A-. I think most of the stuff you had, and that is a really good example of an account, of why I don't want you to submit an account review if you have more than 100 batteries. That is a really good example of that account, right? If your agents are all like really well built and there's not really much to improve, I think it is totally fine if you have 300, 500, 1,000 batteries. I really couldn't care less. But most of the time, if you have more than 100 batteries, or even more than 50 arguably, your agents are probably not that well built. And you can just build them, you know? You don't need me to tell you that your crit rate is dog shit, or that you should roll more substats. You can do that yourself. Same for like level skills, right? So thank you so much for submitting. I think that was a really cool account to go over despite that. The more interesting part, I got to see Soul Rock. You know what? You get a special like, you get a special here. I got to see Soul Rock. I got to see Soul Rock. That is insane. I never did that. Thank you so much for submitting your account. Let's quickly check. Your Sujuan should be up. Look at that. Look at that Suyan. If you just really get like slightly better pieces here, it doesn't even need to be much better, just slightly. That is, you have like 2 god discs here, they are just perfect. They're so good. It's such a good Suyan, actually. And we just built her, like, yeah, look at that. Top 300, top 7%. Very nice, very nice. So, thank you so much for submitting your account, appreciate it. So, account review, no, not account review, I mean that too as well, but I saw like a question here in Twitch chat before. Was wondering with Elowen for the rebrand, is Lucia your favorite? It makes sense tomorrow, maybe. Actually, it doesn't make sense tomorrow, it makes sense somewhere next week. But TLDR is, I needed a Welsh Victorian name, because that is gonna be the main theme of the channel going forwards. And there are not too many Welsh Victorian names that I know of that I actually like that sound nice. So Elowen it was. That's basically the entire explanation. There's nothing else to it except that. I do like Lucia, but it's actually unrelated to her. So, yeah, that's it. Alright, chat, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break and...
Yeah, chat, so I have to admit, I just lied.
No, actually, I forgot to send this to Ham. Wait, let me quickly send this to Ham in the first place. Here's your feedback. Thank you so much for submitting. Next up is... Oz. Oz, did you already DM me your stuff? I see somebody with O ... but that's all, kinda. Yeah, so Oz is up next. Please DM me your stuff if you haven't yet. And I'm gonna quickly hit the toilet and be right back right afterwards, right? So, enjoy the dial and stare thingy. What do you listen to? Tainted, of course. Why do I even ask?
But you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls, and I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall, and now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. Somebody help me, 'cause I'm feeling trapped and I don't
What a time to return. So, Ozzy. So. Are you here, Oz? You sent me. Great. So, let's log in. Verification code, please. Thank you. What should I DM when it's your turn? Your login data. So password and either your username or email, whatever you've used for creating your account. And then afterwards the verification code. Make sure to change your password before you do and also after, right? And use spoiler tags in Discord. Okay, we are in. Oz, please delete your login data from Discord. Thank you. So, Oz. You are on EU. Yo, Cedric, hello! Yes, I'm doing fantastic, thank you. It's a little bit stressful because I have to finish NTE, but the sheet is not looking all too bad now. So, yes, Shangguang, beautiful sunset. So, let's have a look. What do your DA scores look like? Wait, I should... turn off the music. So, what do your DA scores look like? Let's have a look. DA, you are 26, 32, and 3-2. I think you can probably perform better than this. What do your bang boos look like? Okay, you're missing a few bang boos. Oh, damn, you have Checkpoint Blackbird R5, okay. You have R3 Belian. Yeah, you are lacking quite a few bang boos. That is obviously not gonna be the greatest here, otherwise you are somewhat broke. You have 52 here, 24 here. You might want to spend a little bit, depending on how free to play you are or not. We can quickly look at that. You are pretty free to play, actually. Are you fully free to play? You are completely free to play. Okay. Your batteries are okay. There's not really much to say here. And your agents, what have you skipped? You've skipped Brace. You've actually have not lost the 50-50 yet here. You do not have Miss Allowan. Aye. The goat. The goat. You do have Bernice, though. So, that is good. Where's Bernice? There's Bernice. Your Bernice is looking not even bad. Even with sick. It's not like the worst thing. Like, sure, roll better substats, but you don't have Lighter, right? Yeah, you don't. Okay, yeah, no, good enough. You skipped all of the males, so you hate males as well. Welcome in the club. Everybody hates males here. So, Fufu, you do not have Astra and Eve. Honestly, nowadays, fair enough. I think Astra is still good, but it's not the worst. You do not have Fufu. But you have Yuzu and Dialan. So, yeah. You love man? Okay, I love man too. I just don't like the playstyle of these. So, otherwise that is looking all right. Do you have Mindscapes? Probably not, given that you are fully free to play. That is also something to keep in mind, right? Your Panda is at M3, which is a bit unlucky. You have M1 Chingy, actually. And M2 BB. And you have Nekomata somewhat built even. Oh. Okay, don't use Dawn's Bloom. Don't use Dawn's Bloom. Don't have Dawn's Bloom. No, otherwise fine. 203. Okay, your AP is pretty low. Yeah, you do want more AP. How do your resources currently look like here? 196, 13. Okay. Okay. Yeah, roll better substats. That is. Oh, you have a branch and blade on your Ben. Fair enough. I mean, that looks like you have chosen the best available. Yeah. So. For your Nangong. I'm gonna make it general, right? I'm just gonna say stunners, and maybe it applies in the future. Maybe it does not apply in the future. It doesn't really matter too much. Regardless, assist to 12. It doesn't matter what stunner it is, assist to 12. You also want her EX to 12. Again, I don't know why everybody levels her basics. I literally said in my guide to not to do that, but I guess nobody watches my guides. So, EX to 12. That does not necessarily apply to all stunners, though. Nangong. So, for Nangong, you do want that at 12. That is her highest source of days. And also, arguably, damage. In-game recommendation says basics. Yeah, that's just wrong. That is just wrong. But yeah, anyway, you can get more attack, but oh wait, you already run attack percent here. Oh, I thought you ran attack. You ran ether damage. Well, more AP, more attack subs. With attack percent in slot 5, you're usually looking at 2,800 attack. And for AP, you aim for like 350. Anything above 300 is okay, but below 300 is pretty low. But yeah, I mean, she has been recently, and rolling for AP is a little bit annoying. You run ether damage here, you run 2-piece. That is okay. You do have Weeping. Arguably, I would argue that is probably one of the better choices you could do to run the 2-piece Astral Voice here. Because you have Weeping Gemini, right, you get like a lot of AP here. Depending on, well, a lot of things. But that is fine. 2-8, 2-8, 3-2-5. That's honestly pretty good. You have 3-5 here, you have 2-5, you run on, that is with Kaboom. That is nice. You run 2 PCR, ER here, that is a good amount of substats, that is just fine enough. I personally would recommend you to level the skills. Generally, like, in general, I would recommend to level these skills. For you specifically, though, because you are fully free to play, you probably don't need to care too much about that. I do want to quickly check how that feels versus Vespa here. You do run that. That is okay. Okay, whatever. We're just gonna go with this. Have a look. The question is whether or not the days is enough, but we will see. Oh, your spacebar and your C do not do what I want them to do. Good that I find that out. Change back keyboard bindings. Dodge to this one. Next goes spacebar and previous is C. That is looking good, okay. Oh, let's have a look. Well, I switched wrongly here. Oops. I hate that he has like this RNG in the beginning. Da-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, 07 Sona. Ah, there are voice things. Da-da-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Let's play this down. One more quick assist right over here. You stay stun locked. 1, 2, parry on her, parry on her. Bum bum ba dum. 2, 3, back into her. The energy region is just fine here. 1 ultimate. And go to Nangong Yu. After that to retrigger. Right, we also want to make sure to maintain faith at all times. 1, 2. Oh shit. No! Fuck me. I should have switched to Nangong Yu earlier. Ooh, well, unlucky. Also, I forget that at all times. Fuck, we cannot parry a Nangong Yu here. We cannot parry a Nangong Yu in. Nah, this is gonna be fast after this. Not gonna take a while. It's fine. Fucking hell. I cannot parry a Nangong Yu. I have to keep that in mind. If I parry a Nangong Yu, we give up damage.
Yeah, chat, so I have to admit, I just lied.
No, that's just the truth. Fuck!
Don't forget to parry on Nangong Yu.
Thank you! Because the problem is, you see, we are gonna stun too early here if we do that. That's the problem. And we also need more basics on, like one more basic on Aria. It's an RNG shitfest if you don't have M1 on you. Here we can parry on her, that is okay. That is looking better. There we go. Yeah, it is fine if it misses. We only have to use it for the buff. It doesn't. It's actually arguably even good if it misses. It is fine if it misses. It really doesn't matter much. Attack me! Not with this one! So we have your previous score right now. That is good. That works for me. One, two. One over here. Okay, we are just gonna trigger stun here with her ultimate. Actually, no, we don't have to. Never mind, we are good. We're just gonna ignore everything here and we're just gonna keep stomping. So you can hit 50,000 if you do the first stun better. But yeah, you can definitely hit more than 34,000 points or whatever you have had. So it's fine. But it's a little bit RNG dependent as well. But 50,000 you can hit for sure. Depending also on your builds, right? If especially Nangong Yu is diluting currently quite a bit, you can improve these builds, it's fine, right? But also given that you don't have signature on Sonar with Kaboom, 50,000 is possible. Pretty good. Yeah, if you can get up a little bit more days here, it might... So, that is like the one thing, right? Because you are currently not running her on Impact, regardless, you're on ER. We did not get a full last stun. Imagine if we actually had like 10 seconds more left, time left. Because we do parry on her, right? We parry on her. And if you get her assist up, arguably even her ultimate, but primarily her assist, and then you run like Impact here rather than ER, you don't need that much energy. It's okay. To be fair, you do have Kaboom, but anyway, right? You can get like a full last fourth stun, which is just gonna be more score in total. Also, you do run Kaboom, by the way, right? So you have like 12 to 16% here. But you do not really have a lot of base attack to scale things off. So Kaboom loses a little bit of value. But yeah, it's fine. 2-5, that is 60-60. You could have saved something. You have ER, roll better substats. You have like no flat HP subs either. So that is gonna be a little bit hard. You might want to change your 2-piece swing just to a 2-piece Yunkui. You don't need that much ER, but you don't have Yunkui tails. I would just note that one down. I think it's better that way. 2-piece Yunkui is gonna be better than like the 2-piece Swing. The Swing has the highest potential, but because you're missing like on 1600 HP, the damage bonus is probably gonna be easier, especially if you don't really maintain it. You probably do want to level her basics. Dial-in is sometimes actually unfielded, so basics 210. Assist to 12, but we already had that. You do have signature, you run 2-piece Moonlight ER, that is okay. You have 98 crit rate. Get one more crit rate roll somewhere. One of these two pieces, right? Arguably, this one's probably better. You do run attack percent, which is good, that's fine. 170, 192, 31. Okay, anything else here is just roll better substats, then you can, you know, replace this one. That's a very nice piece. And I will be real, I think this is wasted on your Yuzua. That is completely wasted on your Yuzua. Go down on this, go to your Bernice, who is like, you know, here, wait. Rather than this, run this on her. That's 150 more attack on her. Fixed your Bernice. Now it looks much better. Give the love to Bernice. Arguably, you could probably run this even on, you know, not on her. On like her or even Nangong Yu. Actually, that would be a possibility. Wait. You could switch this and then run it here. You know. Wait. Oh, wait. Do you have a good one here? No, you don't. Okay. You could run the pen ratio one, honestly. Run the pen ratio on her and switch this one. That is also something you could do. Just don't run it on your Yuzua. As much as I love Yuzua, her damage contribution is like between 2 and 4% at best. So don't give your best discs to Yuzua. It's a really, really nice disc though. You need 3k here, right? Give it to your DPS characters. 6-3, you are far... You have not even a single... Okay. That character is dead. 5-3, you're overcapping on crit rate a bit. Question is, I suppose you probably cannot go down. Yeah, okay, you have like no discs to choose from. That's a really nice piece. That's a really nice piece. That's a def percent main stat. Well, the copium is real. Surely that's gonna work someone. I would run this one. You lose a little bit of crit damage, but that is fine because you get a lot more attack. Try to get one less crit rate roll and allocate it on something else. -1 CR roll, allocate into something else. But that is like, you know, roll discs. Your Yuzua is often dealing 20% or more. Yeah, that is pretty cooked. That is pretty cooked. Your Yijuan is missing 12% crit rate. I will be real. Give up a little bit of crit damage in exchange for that. Yo, GameCube, have a good night. Sleep well, sleep well. Those are really good pieces. Ether damage. Probably want to switch over here to B&B. 70, you are still overcapping, damn it. Yeah, you have nothing else to choose from. Okay, we are gonna switch this back to your woodpecker for now. Was this one, I think, and then you had this one here. So, your HP is okay, you have a little bit too much attack, your crit damage is too low now, and your crit rate, you're overcapping. The main problem you really have is that if you run this one, your HP is fine. You still have too much attack, but anyway, your crit damage is... What did I switch here? Crit rate? Oh no, we had this one. My bad. Your crit rate is too low. You definitely want more crit rate. So, Yijuan, 67.4% CR in stat screen. Quite sure it was this one, but let's just say max 68%, right? You also really want to look at 68% because like a lot of her damages are located in the last hits. So try to get that one up. It's okay if you get less crit damage because all of her teams give her a lot of crit damage. Especially you do have Dylan, including the signature, right? You want 78? Oh right, it isn't with signature. I'm a fucking idiot. You are so right. Oh my god. I forgot about that. My bad. Okay, we are gonna just run this. You are so right, thank you. I was like everybody has the signature W engine. In my mind, everybody has the signature engine. You're totally right, you do not. Yeah, so, thank you, Duo. You are totally right, run crit rate here. You are still too low on crit rate right now. Right, get her signature W engine, there is like a big ass difference between having it and not having it. So ignore that part. Still missing 1 CR sub roll. Yep, you're totally right. That guy you are running ER, you're running 2-piece bunny. And you also 4-piece Moonlight. I feel like you don't want to do that. Astral, we don't want Astral. We want Swing Jazz and we want Bunny. So, let's get you more bunny pieces. We have a Swing Jazz piece here you can use. Yeah, that is gonna be a bit difficult. Okay, I'm not gonna try to fix that. Panda. 4-piece Bunny or 4-piece Astral Voice, whatever you can. ER, D6, 2-piece ER, right? That's what you're looking for, and well, 3k attack stat screen. That's basically it. If you want to, like, level stuff. Vivi, 3-3, you are running Weeping Gemini, that is okay. Roll better AP substats. Arguably, you probably have something with more AP, so use that one. Anything with more AP here. That doesn't look like it. Anything with more AP here doesn't look like it. Anything with more AP here doesn't look like it. And you cannot get more. Yeah, roll better substats. Skill levels are fine. Jingyi, that looks actually pretty good. You're at 60%. You are running Restrained. That is fine. You might want to consider Hellfire as pretty good, especially that of 3. Otherwise, that is okay. Seth is not a unit. Miyabi. 70, you are at M2, so 100% crit rate. That is good. Your crit damage is too high, and your attack is completely dead. Why is every Miyabi dead with their crit rate? With their attack? You have 2,200 attack. Sayatri, please make a video about how to build Miyabi, and I'm gonna post that like 10 times on my channel. I'm gonna repost that every single day for like a year straight. So, first of all, we are gonna run crit rate or attack percent here. You do not have that, actually. Well, that is a little bit unlucky. Maybe we just steal from your trigger. You know what? Frick your trigger. We're gonna rebuild trigger differently. We're gonna run that one here. We will... Oh, you don't even have anything. Astral Voice. Astral Voice, Branch, and Blade. Okay, we're gonna use 2-piece Astral Voice, actually, I think. We're gonna switch that one back for now. $57 to $542. We need more crit rate. We have an attack piece. Crit rate's up, surely. Never mind. You could run this one, I guess. If we run that one, we would want to switch this one from Sambi. We're gonna do that for now. We're gonna make it this way. 2-8. Now we need more crit rate again. So we are gonna run a crit rate main stat rather than crit damage. 77, now you're overcapping on crit rate. Your attack is looking slightly better. We can switch this one back, and here... $72.2, 118.27. Okay, it's still not ideal, but it's better than before. So for me, Abby. Me boo boo. For me boo boo. We are looking at 3K plus attack minimum, right? Stat screen. We are looking, in your case, for 73% CR, right? That is what you are looking for specifically, because you have M2. But you already had that before, and crit damage. Anything 110 to 120% is fine. Arguably, you have a pretty good amount of AP substats right now. 310 is honestly not that bad. So that is pretty good. So what you're looking for right now is 200 more attack. While maintaining the same crit rate and ideally also crit damage. But yeah, so look to get the better AM piece here. If you run attack now, it's gonna be slightly better. But yeah, you're looking for more attack. There's no attack subs on this. There's no attack subs on this. Right? No attack subs on this, which makes sense because we run attack main stat. And no attack subs on this. So look for attack substats on these while maintaining the same amount of crit rate, and then try to get as many crit damage rolls as possible on top of that. So, yeah. Yanagi, 204, 344, 23. Your attack is fully dead. Well, you also are not running pen ratio here. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. Okay, I'm gonna switch that one back to whatever it was before. Crit rate +4. What was it? Rathens. Where's Rena? Here. So, Yanagi. 4-piece Chaos Jazz. Four-piece Chaos. I mean, the main problem you have right now is, well, there are a lot of problems, but that's mainly the W engine. 4-piece Chaos Jazz, and because you run 2-piece pop, yeah, you want to run 2-piece cover because of what was the name? Fusion compiler. Right, you get 8% puffer, 24% fusion compiler, 24% 8% puffer plus 24% fusion compiler plus 24% D5 plus 10% basics. So you are at 48, 56, 66% pen ratio, and pen ratio becomes better the more you have for that. So if you imagine a shard, right, like this, the way of how pen ratio basically scales is like this. The more you have, the better it becomes. So it's an exponential gain. So right now, right, the gain you gain between these points is gonna be higher every time. So that's basically how you want to look at it a little bit. Like the gain here in between like these points might be plus 8%, and here it's already plus 9%, something like this, right? In terms of effectiveness, not in terms of actual gain. So yeah. You have pen ratio. You want more attack. Like the main problem you have if you run stuff like Fusion Compiler is you have, first of all, the base attack is lower than, okay, that's a bad example, than main signatures levels. It's not a lot, but a little bit. Secondly, you have pen ratio, and it gives you combat attack, but combat attack scales off your initial attack, and your initial attack is really low. Because you run Fusion Compiler, you kind of want to run pen ratio here. Because you want to run pen ratio here, that means that you cannot run attack percent here. But you also want AM because anomaly thresholds. Because you are running anomaly thresholds. Because you run into problems with anomaly thresholds. That also means that you cannot run attack percent here. And here you want AP. That means you need a lot of AP substats. Arguably even more than AP because you can get quite a bit from here, right? So it really is just gain a lot more attack percent subs. You are looking at, usually, I actually don't know what the actual good value is for Fusion Compiler. But specifically, if you were to run Signature, you are looking at like 3,200 something attack. And you have like 2 attack subs, 4, 6. You have 8 attack subs. You probably are looking at like 16. It's okay if you give up a little bit of AP in exchange, simply because your attack is so low. If you play her as main DPS, if you actually play her as main DPS, this is your worst choice. This is her best choice if you don't play her as a main DPS. And even then it's not a great choice, but it works at least. So that is the wrong thingy. Also, I can't type Yanage. Yanage. We're gonna get rid of this part. 4-piece Caches. You can also run 4-piece Thunder Metal. It's also okay. 4-piece Thunder Metal as main DPS kind of has the problem that you need to be good with your shock uptime. There is one important part between Inferno Metal and Thunder Metal. Do we have even any of these? Okay, you don't own them. Inferno Metal has the advantage that it's gonna linger for 8 seconds, whereas Thunder Metal does not linger. So for Thunder Metal, you really just want to make sure that you have good application. And to be fair, you probably do not want Fusion Compiler for that. So I probably would recommend you Chaos Chess instead. I usually play Yanagi with Bunny, so I don't think I can play Thunder Metal. Yeah, I think it's fine. I would not use 4-piece Freedom, because you are gonna lose a lot of stuff from that. But, you know, it's... if you don't have anything else, you are completely free to play. Because of that, I would... It depends on what you want to play, right? You have so many other choices that what you could play instead of Yanagi. Whether or not you want to invest into her is up to you, how much you like her, right? Skill levels are fine. You would recommend Energy D6? Energy on D6 is actually okay. It depends, in my opinion, a bit on the team. If you use Yanagi as a disorder bot on Miyabi teams, for example, I think Energy D6 is actually pretty good because it gives you more disorders. Well, guaranteed disorders, right? You can also run AM, but it requires more management than Energy D6. But for the sake of the argument I was making, it doesn't really matter whether you run AM or energy. You don't run attack, right? If you run energy, you also get more AM, because you just get more EX specials. But you know, it's really just a matter of you cannot run attack slot 6 unless you run Angel in the Shell. That is something you technically could consider, but you don't have Angel in the Shell either. And you also would want Yuzua to allocate to Yanagi, which not all teams allow for. She is kinda dead. Okay. 3-1, do you have signature? You do have signature on Orphe. Okay, 2-7, 141. You do run attack. Okay, if your attack is pretty low if you run attack here. Yeah, you want more attack. So, for Orphe, try to hit 3k plus attack stat screen. Arguably, you also want, it was 43%, right? 20, 51 plus 25 is 86 plus 12. So you're at 98, it's okay. 33% is what you would be looking for usually. It's okay, crit rate is fine. That piece is a little bit sad. We have other moonlight pieces probably you could use maybe. No, that doesn't look like it. Ah, actually that one could roll nicely. Oh. So we can use moonlight here. And well, we cannot use moonlight here. You have a shadow harmony piece you could use. You do. So use that one. This one has potential. What's your worst piece? This one. Do we have a moonlight crit damage piece? You do. Oh my god, yeah. All in. That can only be better whatever it was. 41, 146 to 7. Okay, you have much more crit rate now, which is arguably not that great. 41 plus 20 is 61 plus 12. 73 plus 25 is 97, yeah. So that's good. Try to hit more attack. That's basically the main problem you run into right now. You are already running attack percent here. So this thing you would be looking for attack percent subs. You can probably go down on crit damage a bit. It's a good amount of crit damage right now. But that is probably something you could aim for. Here also attack percent, if you can. That is such a good piece. If anything ever happens, damn. Just need that ice damage aftershocker. But aside from that, roll better substats, looking better now. You are at basically 100% crit rate, well close to it at least. 43 is what you would be looking for. So that's looking good. Trigger, 92, 42, that is looking fine. You have like, this is a really, really good piece. So we already had a look at that. That's also very nice. That is looking good as well. That piece is a bit sad, but on the other hand, it's trigger. Honestly, I would probably recommend you to run attack percent instead, especially if you run impact here. She scales really well of that. So the electric damage doesn't matter as much, especially not if you play with a Sambi, who gives you at the P6, like the 50% aftershock damage bonus, right? Which is just a normal generic damage bonus that is gonna fit in here. You're at 75 plus 12 plus 10. You're at 98. That is okay. Your attack is really low. No attack subs, 3, no attack subs, no attack subs, no attack subs, and 4. Okay, you had 7 attack subs. That is a freaking insanely good piece. That is also a very good piece. That one is a little bit sad. So, It's really just a matter of if you can get... Note 57. You really would like some more attack. Yeah. To be fair, without signature, it's not that easy. But keep in mind, this gives you combat attack, and that's the only thing that it gives to you, right? Combat attack scales of this number. So, the higher this number, the better. Sambi! More attack! A lot more attack percentages, actually. What do you think of Cissia up from Maya? I do have Harumasa and Yanaga and also have Miyabi. Should I pull skip? I mean, from Maya, I don't know. She looks cool and that's all I can say. Cissia, I think Cissia is a unit that is not gonna advance your account. She is not a bad unit. But I think she is pretty skippable, if I'm being honest. Like, she is not horrible, unusable, or whatever, but she is not really that great either. She is gonna feel like she underperforms a little bit as a main DPS. Not that she actually underperforms, but it feels like that, especially if you don't have BIS teammates. And for... like, the only really good team she has is Seed. And the problem you have with that team is that Seed has like 2 matchups, which is UCC and Defiler. And both of them have ridiculously inflated HP currently. So, yeah, it's kind of, you know, a little bit sad, I think. But if I have no electric agents at all, well, then I wouldn't recommend her at all, because the only thing she does is buff electric agents. That's her entire purpose. Yeah. Her kit literally requires you to have other electric agents. If you don't have any electric agents, that is gonna be very unfortunate. Bernice! So, we already had this, right? This is a really, really good piece. I'm very happy to see that one. Your attack is much better now. You probably can switch around some stuff. You do want at P6, right? You want ER here in the last slot. That is really unfortunate because you really need that energy regeneration. It is so important on her. So that is gonna hurt you a lot to that you know you will not be able to run this. Oh, look at that. Look at that. You will run this. Why is your Panda holding this? Why is your Panda holding this? Do we have another AM piece? That is also really unfortunate because we will have to give that to somebody else. We are gonna run this one here. Your Panda is gonna get stripped of whatever Moonlight pieces he has. And here we just hope... Oh, you don't have any Chaos Jazz here? Okay, we are gonna pull 4 Chaos Jazz. Why does this open that thing? I want this one. I really dislike this one thingy, whatever button that thingy just opened. I think it's so hard to navigate. Okay, you have 42, you have 22. So what we are gonna do... how much do you care about Bernice? You are not poor, you have 22 of these. And arguably, it's not even just Bernice. How much do you care about your anomaly agents? Because I would craft 2 of your resonating cores and go for an anomaly proficiency % attack pen 1. That's what I would go for. If you want to craft only 1, we can do this. Up to you. Do you want to save 2 of these and go for this? 1 or 2. That's up to you. I would actually agree with that. I would also not go for the flat pen one. We're just gonna go for the one with attack and we're good. Just to have anything. Oh, look at that. Imagine if that has a flat pen. You know what? We take it for now. It's the only... it's literally the only piece you have. Pen honestly would have been just a little bit nicer here, but, you know. To be fair, it's like better than what you... No, it's the same of what you currently have. So, 350 to 8. You're losing a little bit of attack, but that makes sense. Generally, roll better substats is all what this boils down to. But yeah, you do need the ER, for sure. That is super important, even with signature. Unless you have, like, R5 signature. In that case, you can change this to something else. And even then, I would probably go for, like, Astral Voice or something instead of Phaethons. Even though your Phaethon pieces are really good. Bernice. More attack slash AP subs. Literally just that. That is looking better now. Your Pulchra is at 53. You have that leveled. You can invest more into her if you would want to. Your Piper is pretty dead. Just use whatever your Alice or Jane has. You do not have Alice or Jane. Forgot about that part. Okay, your paper is just unplayable. Piper is just unplayable. That is a really good piece. Your Lucy is on 4-piece Moonlight. You're running ER, attack. That's okay. You don't actually need that much attack, but you can run crit rate or something instead. Or AP or whatever you want. You do want to level the assist if you care about Lucy still. You have 70. You do not have signature. Okay, so your crit rate is a little bit low. You also run 4-piece Dawn's Bloom. You definitely do not want to run 4-piece Dawn's Bloom. You want to run pretty much everything but that. Branchum Blade, Woodpecker, Puffer. That's probably what I would be looking for. What do you have the most of? Yeah, you can roll some stuff here. Run this one here. Run, do we have a crit rate one? We might have to run crit rate main stat here. Let's see. Puffer. We can just run whatever your Rena currently has. Okay, we will need to run... Yeah, we do this one. We run your Rena pen ratio here. And then we are gonna run this one here. So 60, 152, 9. Your crit rate is low. That makes sense because you have no stuff here. And we really want to run crit rate here. So we're gonna switch this. 80, 107, 301. Okay, that's slightly better. You also have an actual useful set now. Arguably, you could improve this one. But it might be a bit difficult. You have a really good Branch from Ballet 2-piece. We could consider. Does it improve that much? It does. So we use ice damage here, and we switch to this one here. 3-2, 123, 80. That is looking better. Okay, that is what we're gonna run. It's gonna be better than whatever, you know, you have been running before. So that is fine. We do need to go back to your trigger now, though, because she does not want the crit damage here. Not that it is horrible or unusable, but regardless. Okay, you actually do not have too much here. Actually, you can just improve this. Why not run this one? That's a lot of crit rate here. That is good. Okay, for your trigger, to be fair, triggers already stuns pretty fast anyway. So that is why a lot of triggers just run attack percent slot 6, because the damage is often more important than the additional days. But if you want to, right? Trigger right now shares D4 with Ellen. Right, so just switch that around if you want to. But yeah, Ellen does not want... Ellen does not really want... What is it called? Dawn's Bloom. Her basics deal a minuscule amount of damage compared to the rest of her kit, because you use her EX special, you use her ultimate, everything else. So, buffing only the basics is gonna be an overall damage loss. Is it the most horrible choice you could do? Probably not, but your substats have not been as much as well anyway. Your crit damage doesn't matter too much because, you know, you get like literally 100 free for your entire kit here as well as 50 free here. So you have like 150 crit damage on top, so this is actually 270%. So just focus on attack instead and crit rate. You don't have signature. If you were to get signature, this would be slightly better even. You can even switch it with Brimstone, right? Otherwise, that's fine. Your Rena is now dead. Do you actually play Rena? Or can I just ignore her existence? Actually, it's not dead. We can switch it back. It's okay. 66, not anymore. Okay, I mean, it's Rena. Run ER here. What you're doing is good. Fair enough. Lycon, 53. That is okay. Impact, ether damage. Well, maybe not ether damage, but... Okay, I guess you don't actually play Lycon. In case you do, you might want to consider assist, EX, and ult to 11 plus. Well, arguably assist to 12. It's gonna be better than having them at level 1, that I'm quite sure about. And also maybe ether damage bonus is not the greatest, right? Not ether damage D5. Whatever you put, it is fine. Just maybe not that. Nekomata. Okay, so Neko. Same thing here. Her basics deal 0 fucking damage. They do negative damage. If you use the basics, you're gonna be healing the enemy. So we are not gonna be using that. What we're gonna be using instead is gonna... you have like... I saw 2 good pieces. A 2 piece on Fang Metal here. So we are gonna use that one. And then we are gonna use Woodpecker or Puffer on her. So, Woodpecker here. That is a really good piece. Damn it. Well, that's a problem. We're gonna use this one. Use the crit damage piece here. So, I guess we are not running that one. Replace this. Where's your Branch Blade? We do want to keep that D5. That D5 is too good. Okay. So, we are just gonna do... That is a really good piece on your usual on them. Yeah, we have to use this one here and go for this one here. You're good. So 53. You do run Brimstone currently. Crap. And your ultimate is at level 1. Damn it. Yo, Schwat, thank you so much. Big fan of your videos. Thank you for ZZ build wits. Well, thank you for watching them. Much appreciated. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. I'm happy if they help. So, the main problem you have with Nekomata is that she has like no crit rate whatsoever, so you really want a crit rate in D4. Which means we do have to run this, but that also means we cannot run this here, so we would need another Woodpecker. Actually, we can use this one. I think it's fine. This one is really good, but I think we have to run this. 7702. Okay, that is slightly better. We can work with that. Her ultimate is one of the biggest... Well, it's the only damage she does, to be fair. Nekomata. Ult to 12. That's like basically the only damage she does. EX to 11 as well, kind of. Her basics really don't matter. You also kind of want to level her dodge counter, because you will use it. Dodge to like 10 plus, you will use it. Her core requires you to use it. The quick assist arguably as well. You are gonna use it even during stun, because her core requires you to do that. So she's actually not that cheap to invest into. And the main problem that The main problem really that Nekomata has is, first of all, her additional ability is complete garbage. Either you run Yuzua, and if you don't run Yuzua, you will not have an additional core. And secondly, you also need somebody who can provide you with quick assists during stun. Mainly because you cannot dodge counter during stun, right? And the quick assist you require to get like a 6-second buff. It's a large buff. Don't get me, 60% damage bonus is really good, but it's only for 6 seconds, and during stun you have like a problem, right? And because her damage is so freaking low, you really need to level up basically all of her skills to have any kind of usage. I really would have loved to make an updated guide on Nekomata. But, well... I also really just don't want to waste that, because I feel like I make one and she's gonna get her buff like the month afterwards. Just as it has been with Soldier 11, right? So I'm afraid of making guides right now. You probably want to level that, but it's Nicole. It's whatever. It's okay. Your attack is a bit low. Adamasa is dead. Okay. I think I don't really have much more to tell you. You're free to play. Your Deadly Assault scores were not bad. It's just fine, right? Most of that is, I will call it skill issue, but it's really just, you know, play more. That's all I have to tell you, I think. Don't forget to change back your keyboard bindings. Any specific question you might still have? It boggles my mind that there's no preset option so that you can steal this. Yeah, I don't know why either. You don't think so? Okay, great. So, let me send this to you. There you go. That's your feedback. And let's get, you have the Ye Shongguang skin in the overworld, which is great. So, account grading. So, resource management was fine. We should note this down. Rated as fully free to play. Your disc rolls were not too bad. S-, especially for being free to play. I think you had more of the problem that you have been lacking discs in general, rather than your rolls. Your builds, I mean, improvable to say the least, right? A lot of this is really just roll better substats, you know, like YSG. Nangang Yu, roll more subs, right? Panda, okay, maybe, you know, not used for Peace Moonlight. Your Miyabi has been pretty questionable, but to be fair, like most Miyabis I see are pretty questionable, including somewhat my own. So, yeah. We fixed your Ellen. I would argue your builds actually have been not that great, but you are also fully free to play. So that is also something to keep in mind, right? Your DA scores for what you had were pretty good. So I will give you an S- for that. It's fine. You skipped units. I mean, you did skip my alleged wife. I have to say alleged now. The goat. You did skip the goat. A. Lucia, my goat. Overworld choice, that's an S. For being free to play, I will give you an A. It's honestly not bad. Like, you have no problems clearing. You have an idea of what you are doing generally, outside of like Miyabi maybe, right? And to be fair, that's like most people don't have that idea. So it's fine. Thinking. No, I will go with an A. Thank you so much for submitting your account. Appreciate it. That being said, we have so many more accounts to go through. Damn it. Already 3 hours of doing that. Please change back your password, right? So, next up is Pixelated Turtle. Are you here? Are you here, Turtle? Yes, great. Please DM me your login data.
When I was 15, the thought of an apocalypse never troubled me.
Da-da. So. Du-du-du-dum. So, we are gonna need the verification code. No. Verification code, please. Thank you. Any tips on how to build Promea? I don't even fucking know what she does. We don't know what she does. How are we supposed to build her if we don't know what she does? Okay, we are in. Please delete your login data from Discord. Thank you. You got an actual idea? Let's team up with Lynn and do 101 Miyabi building for dummies. Could be actually fun to do. The updated Miyabi guide can't come sooner. Why am I greeted with this? Can you stop giving me like tutorials now? Oh my god. Why do I get tutorials? Is this you? Yes, NA is your server. I am actually on EU right now. Well, because I can't read. Okay, never mind. I guess you have, well then. I was looking like, which server are you on? I was looking which server you are on. I was like, oh, EU. Except that wasn't your account. Well then. Well. Oops. Okay. Looking better. There we are. Pixel Turtle. So, I was so scared your account got set back. Well, now you are awake at least, right? Now you are awake. Good thing, good thing. So, you have the wrong Yuzua skin. But you'd have Bernice in the overworld, so that's nice. Hi Bernice, how are you? Good view. Nice bike you got there. So, nothing like a bit of adrenaline to get the blood pumping, exactly. So let's have a look. You have no batteries and you also have 0 pulls. You are a dolphin. That is looking mostly fine. I think, like, you know, that's a little bit wasted here. But whatever. You have some stuff here. Maybe soon a W engine for you. You don't have an Nintendo membership active. I'm not sure if you intend on doing that or not, but might be something to consider. You have skipped... That's the same account as before. Oh. Well, no Yijuan, no Lucia. I suppose you just don't play Rapture. You have skipped 2 Obol squads. You do have Orphe Sambi. Alright. Honestly, except for like 2, basically Lucia. I think those 2 are probably less good to skip, but you know. Fair enough. You have an M0 Neko at level 10, so you do hate cat golds. That's unfortunate. Your Bernice is favorited. I do like that. Where's the Nangongya? Use light. Now we can talk again. Now we can talk again. What do you mean 17k? You are... Can I reset? When in question, actually, we would... I don't think we would even need Nangongyo, but let's do it with you first anyway. When in question, play Critneys. Bum ba dum. Go Critneys! You do not move today, UCC! The Critneys is here and she's gonna not make your life easy. Do. But yeah, as you can see, like, you burned so quickly through her heat. That is why you really want to make sure that, you know, you run ER on her. Not ER. That you want to make sure that you run everything else on her. Because otherwise, that's not gonna be very fun. You need to turn off the potentials. Look at that. He has like no heat left. Da. Oh, fuck. That was not what I wanted to do. Well. Da. Critney's does not concern herself with UCC. Da. We do need the decibels, please. Thank you. Critneys! I love Critneys! Rocket Boo is here for emotional support, okay? There you go. 40k M0. If you can get the M4, that's an easy 50k. Who needs Sanby? Nobody needs Sanby. You just play M0 Critneys. So, let's have a look what we do for your other, things. So, versus Vesper. We are going for Sonadia, right? Sonadia, and we are gonna go Lycon, no, or Zhao. And then we go for, no, we cannot do Zhao. We do need Zhao for YSG, ideally. Do we use Astra? I guess we use Astra. I guess we use Astra. That's fine. Biggest fan will be good enough here. Not very ideal, but anyway. I have no freaking idea how to play this team again. Trigger. Oh yeah, we could do Trigger. Anyway. Oh no, I think they skip Trigger. Oh, we will be fine. Did we just proc the corruption and skip that part? What is happening? What is happening? I will not get controlled by your control skill. Your control skill means nothing to me. Your control skill means nothing to me. Don't show this tech to Lin. What tech? Well, why do we skip all the control skills here? Oh my god. Are you shitting me? Bro, that feels horrible days-wise, I will be real. But anyway, we're just gonna continue. Just gonna continue. Oh my god. Using ADS EVA to skip the control skill 60k. Yeah, who fucking knows what happens? At this point. Holy. Well, that team does feel quite horrible if I'm being fair. Can you stop singing? So this surely stuns now, thank you. Do, 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 do. So, perfect, we do get this. We should probably just run like another team here. But I mean, that's fine, but whatever right now. Yeah, Astra is not really doing too much here, but it's whatever. Can you stop being immune to everything? Oh my god, I hate this boss so much sometimes. The RNG is so horrible. We're just using Astra now because I don't think I saw Lycon. It's whatever. I mean, it's nearly the same score as we had with Nangongyu. It's okay. We are allowed to make sacrifices on other bosses if it means that we can 40k with M0 crit knees. You know, that is okay. M0 crit knees, 40k on UCC, that is worth. All of this doesn't matter anymore. The only thing that matters, you know. We had like 33k here, 17k here, 21k here. Wait, do you have 21k on... Oh. EX, dodge counter... Day stealth, stun damage when hitting stun. I think we want to actually use this one. Yes, the crit knees agenda must be kept alive. There was actually somebody yesterday who asked like what scores can you expect with like M0 crit knees. If you ignore the Yuzua, which gives which is really helpful here, you can probably expect 35k. You can probably expect around 35k versus UCC full M0 team. With crit knees. What do we use here? You don't have... I mean, you have... We are just using Robins, whatever. 35k, yeah, sure. Like, it's the M2, maybe 32k. The chains are really, really good. I mean a lot to crit knees. With Nangongyu slightly less, to be fair. Ta-da. Ta-da. Did that just miss? Oh my god. Damn it. Down. Doo-doo. You do not do your whatever you want to do right now, but I think you will do whatever you want to do right now. Yo, Kuma, thank you so much for your Prime. Welcome. Thank you. Much appreciated. You start to suspect that I might like Bernice. I have no idea why you would think so. I have no idea. There's no reason for you to suspect that. There is no reason for you to suspect that. Oh no, that was the wrong. Anyway, we're just gonna do this, I guess. It's fine. Da-da. Could we run around with Shadow Harmony Lucia? I mean you could, but I would probably not necessarily recommend that. Anything works! How well is another question. How well is another question, right? We are wasting a little bit of stuff here, anyway. I try to always use Critneys in Shio. Hell yeah. Critneys propaganda! We all love Critneys! Critneys is the best character in the game. There's no character as strong as Critneys. All hail the propaganda. All hail the propaganda. So, that's not the greatest score, but it does not matter. Again, the only thing... Romanoid! Do you want to get timeouted, banned from this channel forever? None of that matters. The only thing that matters, you see, this is living proof. M0 Critneys is better than Aria and Ye Shongguang. This is the proof. Right? You just move it like this, right? So, like, the two angels are better. You know. Here, look at that. Critneys needs higher ZZZ math than you can conjure. Okay, so this is an M0 Critneys, right? This is an actual M0 Critneys. It's an actual M0 Critneys. It's 90% crit rate, 109% crit damage, 3.9k attack. Right? There, it's a good build. Don't get me wrong, like, especially these two pieces are really good. But there is like, and that arguably is also not really bad, right? But given the team you run her in, fire damage here is actually probably better than pen ratio, unless you have M2. But, like, This is an M0 crit knees. An actual M0 crit. Right? This Nangong Yu is also M0. My issue with crit knees is that you don't want to farm Inferno Metal. Okay, that is just you are not dedicated enough to the deed. You have to be dedicated to the Bernice, right? Anyway, let's actually do the account review. We have, like, the crit knees has been, has distracted me. You know, if I see a crit knees, I think that's actually the first crit knees on the channel. Mars, you turned this into a video. You know, the 40k crit knees, the true Void Hunter, the true tier 0 Void Hunter. Something like that, I don't know. You just, you know, you cut out all of the parts where you intentionally play other teams bad, so that crit knees looks better. You just cut out that part. And this part as well, right? You just make it look like M0 crit knees is the best thing ever. Okay, so, that being said, by the way, don't actually cut that out, right? Append it at the end of the video. This is just fine, right? You run AM attack, that is okay. You have the signature, you have the skills leveled, you might want to get these to 12, it can help you a little bit. You can get more AP, more attack, whatever, roll better substats. 2-5, you are running ER here, you're running 4-piece Astral, I mean, roll better substats. That is basically, unfortunately, what this really boils down to. And you can use this one instead. Wait, you have something good you can roll here. And you have materials, all in. It is better than before, but that is very unfortunate. Oh my god. Yeah, that one is better. I personally think that running HP percent here is currently gonna be better for you. Yo, Lixelis, good night, thanks for sticking around. I would actually run HP percent currently, rather than ER, but if you have the substats to support it, I would like between 2.5, 2.6, somewhere ER can be better. You could also run like a 2-piece Yunkui Tails actually. We have a 2-piece Yunkui. You don't really. You have no Yunkui whatsoever actually. Well, good enough. 77. Roll better substats. I think that is what this boils down to. You do have Age of G, which is good. You run Impact. Yeah, no, we don't do that. We don't run Impact. We do not run Impact. We are gonna run ER. We are not gonna run Impact. Impact is really bad on her. Do you have... I mean, that is really nice. You're pretty short on discs, honestly. Okay, there's not really too much we can improve here. So the reason why energy regeneration on Dialin is much better than Impact is because of... Well, there are a few reasons actually. But, to bring this up, right? So, what she does is that she converts her crit rate into flat combat impact, right? Because of that, this impact stat by default is gonna be pretty saturated. It's gonna be 129 plus, and then it depends up to 100, right? Up to 100. So what you are basically having is 229 impact. That is what she has. Now, what comes on top of that, if you have 18% on top of that, so 1.9 times 1.18 from like d6, right? You are gonna end up at 129 times 1.18 is, oops, 152 minus 129. Holy shit, I can't type. 23, right? So you would be at, well, 152 plus 100, which is gonna be 252 impact. So if you were to run this, you would effectively be gaining 23 impact. However, the main problem is that you now cannot use her EX specials as often. And more EX specials mean, first of all, more days. But also, that means more positive review points. And more positive review points means you get to use her hold basic more often. And you can convert more often. So, ER basically results not only in more, well, ER d6, right? ER results not only in more days, but... What? Yeah, it's whatever. If you use ER and D6, you not only get more EX specials, but also more days on top. And more positive review points, which in the end is just more than this little bit of impact. Basically, impact in D6 has a diminishing return because of how the 100 flat combat impact on her work. That's kind of it. So, you really just want to run ER here, and then also, like, as much ER as you can. That's also why basically Hellfire Gears is just good on her, because it's just a lot more ER, right? More ER is always better. Yuzua, you run 2 Ps here, AM, attack, roll better substats is literally what this boils down to. Do you have everything maxed out? You might want to give a little bit more points in a chain here. On your dial-in. Okay. So, YSG. That's the first thing we're gonna note down. Assist to 12. So, why do you want to have the assist at 12 on YSG? Why is that important? Why is the assist important on YSG? You don't actually parry on her, right? So, because you don't really parry, why is it important? The answer is what Sayatri just said, it's the entry skill, right? The thing which I conveniently have just hidden here. That's her entry skill. So, literally, your damage doubles. It goes from 400% to 800%. That is what it does. Which also means you literally double your damage. If you level from going from 1 to 12 means this will deal double as much damage. It is 9.09% more damage per skill level. And that is always true. It doesn't matter what your substats are or whatever, this is always true. So, secondly, all of her ultimate, like her ultimate and chain are like big part of her damage. So, ult to 12. Her EX is also important. EX to like 11. And her basics are also important, so basics to 12. The fact that your YSG actually scored 27k here while having nothing leveled is very impressive. How do your resources look like? Can I level your stuff and we do another run? Or do you not want to? Both is fine. You tell me. I want to max out all of these as far as I can and compare the scores so you can see the difference. Sure. So, let's see how much we can fill here. Okay, 2 levels here. Try to replenish as much as we can. Let's get in here. You have 9 hamster cages. Do you have resources we can spend? You have 169. 76 spare. So, can we craft something? We cannot. I'm just gonna use a random YSG team because YSG just clears much quicker. YSG just clears so much quicker. Oh yeah, true, it's not M2 YSG. My bad. Forgot about that part. In that case, you might not actually clear that much quicker. Damn. Why does it take so long for her to get her resource up? Where's the M1? The instant ultimate. Go. That's like the difference between a 5-second clear versus whatever this is. So, one more ultimate level here. Actually, we can probably just, yeah, that is quicker this way. Just convert. Can it buy skill chips? Oh yeah, true. Good point. But I do want to ask Turtle for, they're okay before that. Because, you know, that resource is pretty limited and you only get it by basically pulling, right? Can we buy this? Yes or no? Alright. So, YSG. Let's get that one more up here. Conversion. Level this, level it further. Level all of this, and that is fine. Okay, right? We got her ultimate. What we did now is assist from 1 to 7 and ult from 6 to 11. That is what we did now, right? And before we have been at 27,300 score. I forgot what the actual number was. We will note that down right now. Whatever the real score is. 27,476. Also no K. That would be an insane score if you were to do that. That would be freaking insane, actually. How does one survive disc farming? Good RNG or something? I'm not sure. Ta-da. Da-da-da-da. Oh, goddammit. Doo-doo. So, let's go in here. So, we do get the conversion, which is nice. So, let's do that. We didn't even get a stun before. Where's my assist follow-up? Oh my god, I get scammed out of my assist follow-ups? Are you shitting me? Oh my god. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. I should have parried once more. Well, that is a much worse gameplay than before, but anyway. Ta-da. Good enough for my point. Trigger this, thank you. Go back in here. What on earth is happening on screen? Things. I just really think I have to redo this because of how badly I played that. It's not really illustrating my point too much, right? I mean, arguably you can say we beat the score even though we played much worse, but unless you know that I played much worse, it's not really illustrating the point. So I do want to do that again. Brimstone. Oh. You don't have signature. And you're overcapping on crit rate. Oh. Oh, and your discs are not very good. Huh. Yeah, we're gonna go with this. Good point. And my coffee is empty. Hang on. Ta-da. So, let's get in here. Unfortunately, we wasted a point, but anyway. Ta-da! Stand down, little guy. Do I know if the DA electric boss is weak to rupture, anomaly, or attack? Well, which one? There are a few. I mean, keep in mind that Shining Adia is not a completely useless, horrendous set. It is not fully unusable, right? Hmm. Yeah. Da, 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 da. I really dislike this boss so much. I realize actually I say that to a lot of bosses recently. Actually no, I really like Vesper in the other one, to be fair. Hmm. Da-da. Yes, I do like Sweeper a lot. I also like Vesper. I think Sarah is okay. Like nothing outstanding. Okay. Oh wait, that's a nice effect here. Thrall is a cool fight visual, but it's not fun to do over and over. Yeah, I would agree. So, I think, okay, there are so many things to keep in mind. First of all, your YSG does not have signature. Secondly, her build is not great. There are no good deadly assault buffs for YSG currently. And your skills are not leveled, right? Your assist is still at 7. Your EX is, I don't fucking know, 8 or something. And your basics are not maxed out either. So, if anything aligns, your YSG can surely hit 40k. So, that's not a problem here. What do you think about the Wandering Hunter? I think Wandering Hunter is one of the cooler bosses. Also, if you actually try fighting versus Thrall, that also usually helps, but I fucking hate that fight. Yeah, you are missing a lot of stats here. You're running attack, right? And crit damage here, but there are, like, you have 3 rolls here, which is okay. Like, these two are fine. That one is not very ideal. That one is pretty bad. This one is honestly okay. And this one is okay as well. But it's not a fantastic YSG, but it's fine. Yeah, level her skills, especially like this. Her assist has priority over her EX, right? Her EX is fine. Well, actually, it doesn't have priority. I forgot that this part is not part of her ultimate, my bad. No, her EX has priority, right? The return to dust is important, and obviously the ultimate is important as well. So, get all of these up to level 12, ideally, honestly. You can, if you really want to, you can leave, like, assist, you know what, just get them all to 12. I think it's... Get them all to 12. Like... They are all important. Especially if you don't have signature whatsoever, right? You lose out on damage. Her dodges, whatever. Fufu... EX to 11. Assist to 12. Fufu needs all the help she can get in terms of days. You do run impact, you have 3k attack, your attack is really low. I think you're honestly better off running attack. You have no attack subs. No attack sub, no attack sub, no attack sub, no attack sub. 3. Give her some attack subs, please. Yeah, give her some attack subs. You have like none. That is not good for her buffs. Right, you're not even at half the buff you could get right now. You have to leave. Well, thank you, Chris Phone. We will do you next time. Unfortunately, I like to take my time for these things rather than rushing through them. Well, that is unlucky. 3, I mean, roll better substats, right? That is what it all boils down to. You have no attack subs whatsoever. That is why you're running ether damage. Yeah. Roll better subs. 5, 8, assist, that are fine, that is fine. Woodpecker, impact, crit rate, and attack, that is just okay. Ideally, you would want probably to run, not attack, but like electric damage here if you really want to optimize, but given that your attack is like very low because, well, you have like no attack subs plus push of fossilized core, it's fine. Suyon. That looks not all too bad. You're running Puffer. Okay. You're at 78. You would want to run Brimstone, right? I'm sure. So, what team do you play Zuzu with? Do you even play her at all? But assuming you play her. Dialon and yeah, well, a support, but which support? Astra, Nicole. It's important to know that. Changes every time. Yeah, no, that's important to know, because if you play Nicole, you're overcapping on crit rate. If you are not playing Nicole, you do not overcap on crit rate. In that case, you actually want more crit rate. So, changes every time is, unless you... Do you change your build every time? That is also in question. What would you recommend? Well, Nicole Chingy is what I would recommend, but, Oh, ether damage bonus? Hell no, you're not gonna do that. Run this one instead. There, attack, better. 3, 807, 65, and now you are at too much crit rate, so we are running crit damage instead. Or we just run attack instead, because 4912, 42. Can we run this one? Crit damage, 46. Okay, a little bit more crit rate now. Oh, actually, we want a little bit more crit rate. I think we change this one. We have a puffer one you could use. I mean, no, not really. We are gonna be using... Fuck no, we have to use this one. So, now you're at 100% crit rate. The main problem you have is that your crit damage is now slightly too low, which is why we would want to run crit damage here, but your substats here are so bad that you are probably better off this way. Yeah, you're at 100% crit rate. That's good. For one attack, which is slightly too high given your current crit damage. But yeah, you would need a crit damage one here. So that is somewhat important for your Zoo. Crit damage, slot 4 with crit rate, attack percent subs, right? That's what you're looking for. Maximum 55% crit rate stat screen. So yeah, that's 100% crit rate for you. So that would be good. However, keep in mind with this setup, you are locked into Chingy and Nicole. If you don't run Nicole, I mean, Chingy doesn't really matter too much, but the Nicole does. If you don't run Nicole, you want more crit rate. But I personally think that is her best team, even though it's not necessarily easy to play. Has a very specific rotation that you want to do every single time. If you play with Dylan, Nicole, Puffer is the best part, right? Otherwise you would want to switch to Chaotic Metal. Which you do have, to be fair, right? You do have Chaotic Metal, just not everywhere. The main thing for Chaotic Metal is you do not want to run ether damage bonus because she has already so much damage percent everywhere in her kit and stuff. Right? Here you get 30, here you have like 80% damage bonus. So, and that is not excluding anything else that you possibly get, right? 20% for the ultimate here. To be fair, those 80% here are just for the enhanced shot shells, right? But yeah, then you also have like damage bonuses, which you get from like Moonlight Lullaby. If you run Nicole, where are you? Here. This vault is gonna give 24% ether damage, well, just damage percent in general, right? Plus 18% here. So that is something you have to keep in mind. Then from her core, you get the Death Shred, you get 25% here again. So that is 49 plus 18. 49 plus 18, 57, 67% plus 80% is 140% just from Nicole. And well, thingy. And then if you run Dialin on top of that, Dialin gives you another, there, 40%. So you are at like 200% damage bonus just by default. So, yeah. If you run Dialin, go for the Puffer, otherwise go for Chaotic Metal. To be fair, you definitely want the crit damage here, because usually the reason when you can run attack here is because you get a lot of crit damage. Also from Chaotic Metal, like 55%, right? But you don't have that in this case. Actually, it's not 55, it's like 52 something. Anyway, it's a high percentage. So yeah, but slightly better now. You're not overcapping on crit rate anymore. If you run Astra, you probably want a little bit more. If you run Astra, you can actually run ether damage here, right? Because you lose out on a lot of damage bonus that Astra does not provide. Compared to Nicole. And Nicole provides the... well, it doesn't provide the attack. Whereas Astra does. 60! No, 50. Wait, you would be running Marcato. 71, so you're at 96%, 65. That's honestly not too bad. It's fine. These two are holding you down. Oh, wait, you are running attack percent here. Never mind. You are held down a little bit by your substats here. But I mean, roll better substats, right? You could actually... you don't run Marcato. You could run crit rate here, because those subs are pretty good. Bernice, thank you for having a good crit niece. We ignore that part. We ignore what happened to Sammy. Not a thing. Adia, 3227. That is looking fine. Wait, what were your skill levels here? Oh yeah, maxed out. That's good. That's fine as well, right? Bernice also good. So that is looking fine. 3-2. Most of this is just really roll better substats. Yeah, that's a good rate here. Good amount. That's actually not too bad, right? It's still a good chunk of attack. That's fine. You have a lot of attack on her. Oh, and you have been running Bashful. Well then. So, actually running a W engine on her would be helpful. That explains also a little bit of the score, because that shit doesn't really do anything. Yeah, otherwise that's fine, right? Your substats are pretty good here. You're running attack, impact. You're running 2-piece Astral Voice. That is totally okay. Your Manato is dead. Your Astra has not a lot of attack, even though you have no attack substats here. Like 0. Oh. Astral Voice, Moonlight. Yeah, I mean, roll better substats. You need a little bit more attack, but now at least 3-3. Better than whatever you've had before. That is a good slot 6. Those pieces could possibly need some improvement. Otherwise, I mean, those are wasted materials, but I mean, it is what it is. Oh, God. Do I have to break? Do I have to take a break before I look at this? I don't need to look at d6. That is an attack percent d6. It's impact. Okay, never mind. Why do you run impact on your Miyabi? Wait. I mean, at least it is not attack percent, so something. Let's go back, right? We cut all of this part out, and we just pretend that never happened. So, your Manato, okay, your Manato is just dead. Your Astra, 3-3 attack. You're running 2-piece Astral Voice, Energy Region here. Okay, you don't really have like any attack subs here, right? There are literally 0 attack subs. Here also no flat attack subs. You actually can switch this, just get a little bit more attack here. That's okay. You wasted some material, some resources here, but you have the EX maxed out, so that is fine. It's really just roll more attack, right? Oh god. Do I have to be afraid of clicking on that Miyabi? Given the previous account so far? Okay, you're a little bit short on attack, but I was like expecting like 2,300 attack and like impact slot 6 or something, which fortunately is not outstanding. Okay, I would not call this outstanding, but it is not the worst Miyabi I have seen. It is not the worst Miyabi I have seen. Your skills are leveled, right? You're running attack percent here, so that is good. Ice damage bonus. You probably don't want to run crit damage here. That is honestly a good piece. I don't hate that one. This one could see some improvement. Why is this on your lighter? Well, 7,500, that is better. So, Tip, if you have like a god roll, of 7 crit value disc, don't put it on your support. Do you have attack? You do have attack. You also have like really good pieces here. How much do you still play Zuzu? And do you prefer playing me, Bibi? Otherwise, you might want to share this. Do you have an AM? You do have no AM discs. Wait, main stat anomaly mastery. What do you have? Honestly, that is pretty good. Do we have like a 2-piece Chaos Jazz you could run? You play Miyabi for clearing? Okay, I will be real, I'm surprised that you cleared anything with that Miyabi. And I don't mean that in a mean way. Let's quickly check something. If we can do this. Yeah, no, we cannot do that. Never mind. I thought maybe that would be a possibility, but I guess not. Also, that piece is too good to give up. Where is Branch and Blade? Here. Wait, why is Faithen's Melody selected? Hello? Oh, because that is... Oh, never mind. Gonna roll with this one and Branch and Blade here, that way. Yeah, no, never mind, we don't do that. There. So, I think that was the build which we have had. Let's give Adia her... this one back. I also would argue that your Zuyuan probably clears more than this Miyabi does, but... how can we... oh yeah, let's have a look at your Estful Voice pieces. The problem is the substats on this are just really good. We could take this one from Fufu. We take this one from Fufu. You have no attack here. We have a much better one here, you do. The problem is also your Branch and Blade D6s are not very great, unless you steal this one. And even then it's no AM piece. This is just a really good Miyabi piece, it's just on the wrong set. Well. Yeah, you can run 2-piece Phaethons. 2-piece Phaethons is not too bad. You can do that, it's fine. You just don't really have any Phaethons pieces that I would consider like actually good here. At least not for me, I'd be specifically. Pen ratio is okay, but you probably want to prefer attack percent. Yeah, we are gonna leave it at this for now. I would probably recommend you... me boo-boo. Anomaly Mastery D6 with, attack CR subs, right? That's the most important. And you probably also want to consider attack percent D4 with a CR CD subs. Your crit damage right now, I mean, it's like fine, right? But you prefer attack over crit damage a bit. And your crit rate, try to get it as high as you can, as long as you stay like above 80%, it's okay. This is your weakest piece for BMB here. Outside of like your D6, right? improve D3. CR's crit damage attack percent. That is great. This is also honestly fine. I mean, sure, it's missing like some subs, but for what you have, that's totally fine. And you can consider also like improving this if you would want to, but it's whatever. You have no AP subs. It's fine, whatever. We're gonna ignore that part. That is also dead. Orphe, 65, you do not have signature. 146, so you're at 79, you're overcapping. On crit rate. You're overcapping on crit rate. Why does your Pulchra have the better set? 2000 attack? You have 1 attack sub. This is the only attack percent sub you have. Well, arguably not that bad of a piece. We really would like anything but crit rate. You have a good attack piece here, you don't. Hand ratio, ice damage, attack. I will be real. It is when I started this account, right? When I started this account, my expectations were somewhere here, right? And then it went down a little bit, right? Because it always does. And then I was like, oh no, this actually looks kinda good, right? It was not that bad in the beginning. And then we started, you know, with the Critneys. Like, we changed her stuff here, right? By the way, so, that's a thing. Wherever that went to. YSG, I think it was. We started, like, with the Critneys. And we got like the 40k points in Deadly Assault. And I was like so enthusiastic. Oh my god. My expectations have been here. My expectations have been here. I was so happy about seeing this account. Then also the Studion wasn't that horrible, right? As everything here was just fine. Well, except for that part, you know, I started seeing the tiger. And then it started hitting, right? We went to Sambi, which was still okay. We have been at Astra. We then went through Mibibi, and now we go here. I am somewhere here right now. Actually that is wrong. This went straight like this. Not even like that. It's not a curve. It went like this within like a millisecond. No, it is that bad. You should be at 3000 attack, and this guy had 2000 before it did any changes. 2000 attack on Orphe is very low. Very, very low. Even like without signature, right? 2000 attack is extremely low. There are 0 attack percent subs on this girl. Well, there have been 0. Now there are 4, 5. We are gonna do the following. You don't really have any attack main stat you could run in D6 right now. Don't let Cat Eye see my Orphe. I'm gonna remove your UID from the screenshot. I'm gonna send it to him right now. No, okay, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. So, you know. Orphe. You get 12% from Shadow Harmony, as well as 25% from Core, right? So you are at 37% crit rate, which means 63% max and stat screen. So, you are currently overcapping. So try to get that down. As long as you run ER and D6, 2-piece Astral Voice. Otherwise, and that is what I would recommend you currently, attack percent in D6. Run 2-piece Swing Jazz or Moonlight Lullaby, right? Your attack is really, really low. I'm actually not sure if I've ever seen an Orphe with like 2000 actual attack. But don't care about the crit damage thingy, the crit rate, whatever. You really need some attack. Like, it doesn't matter how often your Orphe casts with the ER, if you don't deal damage with it, that's not gonna be too helpful, right? So I would recommend you try to run attack percent main stat, but you also really want a little bit of crit rate on it so that you can allocate some other stats somewhere else, right? You could run like this piece instead of this one if you get like more crit rate here. Yeah. Level your ult a little bit. Ult to 11, alright. To be fair, I mean, depending on how much you play or not. But she does a good chunk of damage usually, given that she has any attack, that is. So, this guy was really good before, but...
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
Lighter was really good before. We stole this piece from Lighter, because frankly, it is too good to be used on Lighter. You even have this one. Actually, you have some really good pieces here, wait. Why do we not use that one? I'm gonna give the worst one to Lighter right now. Ether damage bonus. Oh yeah, we switched that one before, and that's okay. I mean, that was more like of a DPS Lighter before, but otherwise fine. Your attack is a bit low, but I mean, we took that away from him. So, it's whatever. That is fine, right? You run ER on her, actually. You might not want to do that, but there funnily is sometimes a reason to do that. I just don't think that you want to do that. The only reason why you would want to run ER on her is if you play Nekomata. That is the only reason why ER on her in D6 is actually that much better than other choices. But that's really just such a specific skill set. And also only with Dialan. So if you run like Dialan Pulchra. Okay, she is dead. Here, let me do that for you. Let that unlock me. You know, just destroy it. You don't want to use Roaring Ride. You also don't want to use... Oh, you do want to use that. That's okay. You're running attack here. You're running attack and your attack is that low. No attack subs, one attack sub, no attack sub, no attack sub, no attack sub. Okay, your Piper is just dead. You just pretend she doesn't exist. Lucy doesn't have anything either, and those characters are just dead as well. Your Nicole is fine. You run Impact, actually. Usually that is not all too bad. I personally, especially if you play with Suyeon, you probably want to run ER or Anomaly Mastery to maintain corruption. However, since you do play with Dialing currently and your Suyeon is on a 4-piece puffer, the corruption doesn't really matter all too much. But Dialing stuns fast enough that you don't actually need it, so I would probably recommend you ER here instead of Impact, but you know, that's fine. ER D6. It's but if you want to keep like Impact, that's okay. Right? Don't worry too much about that one. Colada, okay, Colada is dead. So, what do we learn from this? You probably want to buy like your tuning calibrator or something here as well, right? And you also have like these things you want to buy. Potentially, whatever. It has been a ride. That is what I want to say. I mean, you know, everybody is hopefully aware that there was no way that you have used, you know, impact on Miyabi by intention. That is not a thing. I am very sure that was not intentional. So, you know, thank you for the laugh on that one. It was interesting to see. Generally, I think all of your, well, not all. It's probably on lighter. Yeah, I mean, you know, mix-ups happen. That's how it is. But it was funny to see. I think most of your account boils down to give your characters more skill levels and roll a lot more attack percent. Because, like, even your Jufufu has, like, no attack percent subs. Your Miyabi is lacking a lot of attack percent. Your Orphe is lacking literally any attack. She went from 1 attack percent sub to 4 now. Which is not a lot. But yeah, anyway. Otherwise, it's fine. You can be proud of yourself, though. Because, in fact, your currently strongest team is your M0 Critneys. Right? Your M0 Critneys is your... It's above all your other Void Hunters. And because my channel's purpose, well, this stream's purpose, is to propagate the propaganda, you know? The elation, the remembrance of Critneys. I am very happy with that result. Right? I become elated whenever I see Critneys, and I think that was the first Critneys I saw, especially at M0, outside of like my own account, right? Thank you. Totally not carried by Nangong Yu. You want to have this done without Nangong Yu? You don't need Nangong Yu here. You don't need Nangong Yu for that. It's just her best teammate. We can just do, I don't know, Qingyi. If that is what you prefer. Just because Nangong Yu is the best teammate doesn't mean that other characters don't work. I used Lighter before Nangong. Yeah, Lighter works as well, but it's less interesting. Da-da-da. Da-da. God damn it. Can you stop doing this thing? Do something good instead. I hate the hitbox of this thing. I want him to do anything but the laser because of the hitbox. You never know when to dodge. Bro, I hate this later. God damn it. Do we have the potential active? Why the fuck are we burning quickly through everything? Why are we burning so quickly through your energy here? That is not good. Trigger, please, thank you. That is the original team for Bernice. Can you stop jumping around? Oh my god! God damn it. The M2 user has absolutely not a lot to do actually. Doesn't really matter too much. It's mainly the chain which matters for the build up to maintain. Inferno Metal. The Inferno Metal is like basically what matters, which Yuzu helps a lot with. Do something, thank you. The problem is that we stun too slowly here. Right? We would need a different W engine on Qingyi. We stun too slow. Actually, are the potentials active? We disabled that, right? Because we burn so fucking quickly through that right now. It's not active, god damn it. Yeah, we stun too slowly. We do need... What are you currently running? Impact... Yeah, so we do want to run HFG here, I think. I mean, Precious Core is fine, but not at like level 50. We stun just slightly too slow, and the slightly slower stun is a bit of a problem. Yeah, we do want that one. Because otherwise we burn too quickly through our stuff and then we don't have enough energy. Annoying. Doo-doo. So. No! Fucking hitbox! Oh my god. That's fine, whatever. Can you... Stop jumping! That is slightly better in terms of energy. Slightly better. Slightly better. Just refresh in time. Oh my god. Stun. No! Fucking hell. Oh, that is so bad. That is so bad, actually. That is so bad. But damn, Chingy really is not a unit. Oh my god. She really is not a unit anymore. I mean, Nangong is the best teammate for a reason, right? But stun speed is a reason and stun damage multiplier as well. I think we run... What can we run instead of Chingy? The original Chingy team does really not cut it anymore. Can probably run a secondary DPS instead. And use her as sub DPS, that would work. Ether Veil buff? Yeah. We don't need Ether Veil for the current buff, do we? I actually forgot. Let's actually read it. I'm just used to every unit having Ether Veil nowadays. Damn it. Wait. Cut down the enemy is done? No, we don't need Ether Veil for this one. So that doesn't really matter. But we cannot run Chingy. Chingy is just such a dogshit unit nowadays. Damn it. Buff Chingy. I mean, we could run Lighter. I'm not sure if Lighter stuns quickly enough. Yeah, let's run Lighter. Does Nightboo even do? Support? Night Stars? What? Yeah, I guess we can just use it, but why not just use Rocket Boo? Let's use Lighter. I've not played Whitney's lighter since lighter release CS. God damn it. Oh, that's a while. Da-da-da. So. Stun. They're all stunning so slow nowadays. Oh my god. I maybe should have used that outside of stun. How much do you crit for? Not enough actually. Please go in. Did that just miss? Damn it. Did we really need to get the impair right now? That is so bad actually. Well, can't be changed now. I don't think that this team really gonna make it past 20k as well. At least not by a lot. Where's my user? Oh my. I do want the chain. Nothing stuns as fast as Nangong does. That is kind of the problem here. And that leads to energy problems. Unless you have W5, right? That is like a important part as well. God damn it. Are you shitting me? Why there's... That does not teleport me to him! Are you for real? Why is there no teleport? Who designed this dogshit unit? Okay, that would have been 20k if you actually... If that ultimate would have not literally did anything else. Holy fucking shit, is that bad. Good that I never pulled lighter. I'm so happy about that right now. What a dog shit fucking unit. Oh my god. I want to jump down every time I see that. Holy shit. Yeah, no. The problem is stun speed. You can run Dialin, but if you run Dialin, you need like another attacker which you run, right? And you just use her as like a sub DPS, so you would need to run like Soldier 11. What you could do. Soldier 11 with Dialin and like crit knees, that works. But you don't have Soldier 11, so that's not a thing. You could also do like Evelyn. We have another attacker you can run with crit knees. Dialin? Not really. Orphe? Not really either. No, you could run... That's really just a Dialan thing in this case. But yeah, Nangong is an elevation, especially if you have like her W engine at like W0. You get a lot of energy problems if you don't stun quick enough. So you really want one of these two. You can also... No, actually, I think you need one of these two. You could do an on-field knees with trigger. But yeah, usually like Soldier 11... Unless you are versus Pompey, right? Because Pompey is instantly stunned. Versus off-element, you don't stun quickly enough. Unless you have an on-field stunner. You could do with like on-field knees. But you don't have trigger. So on-field knees would be with where's Astra? Oh, it's used with Astra, Bernice, and trigger. But well, you do need to have trigger for that. Could attempt with Orphe, but I don't think that is gonna work out well. Yeah, for now I think that is the best thing you can do. That is the best thing you can do until you get another thingy. I mean, it's gonna be our best team anyway, regardless, right? Thinking if there's another team you could play her in. Manato would work. Manato could work, but otherwise you really just want Trigger or Soldier 11, which you both do not have. Have a good night, Hellion. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. Have a good one. Yeah, Chingy is not cutting it anymore. I think one problem is if you play her with Yuzua Bernice, right, you don't get the additional. So not only do you miss out on the damage, but also the 20% increase stays here, which really kind of matters a little bit, because otherwise you just stun too quickly. That's not great. Not quickly enough, that way. You really want quick stunts on Britney's. That's like the biggest problem you have. Anytime you spend out of stun to use your EX is bad. I actually think maybe... Oh yeah, I know why it feels so. Never mind, that's the M1. I was like, why does it feel so much? But yeah, the M1 gives you like 40% more, right? So you have a little bit more time to stun. I was like, well, when I played that with Jingyi, it was not that bad, but yeah, it's the M1 diff here. But otherwise it's fine. Yeah, for now, just run this. It's fine. Works well, it's your best scoring team, right? Hear me out, Jingyi, Bernice, Seth? Definitely not. But definitely not. You can't do that if you want to play like AP knees, but we want to play crit knees. We do not care, and we do not care about the other parts. Yeah, so, beautiful graphic. Okay, so... I don't think I have really much more to say. For now, your Bernice is carried by Nangongyu. Yeah, basically. But now it's carried by Nangongyu. Unless you get M1 or M4. Well, you know, not like you can choose. Otherwise, you can do it without. But yeah, the difference between having Nangong and not having it is large, right? It's the difference between killing UCC and getting, I don't know, 45k-ish, 40k-ish, depends on the team. For M6, I mean, solo. Britney's. Are there any more questions you have? Because I think I'm done with your account. I think I'm done with your account. Not that you can think of. Okay. Cool. In that case, I'm gonna send you your feedback. There you go. I'm not gonna rate your account because I have really no freaking idea what the F I would rate that. Critneys. S plus account. So that's not gonna be happening. Chat, I actually think I'm good on account reviews for today. I'm not sure. The Quest Fallen is not here anyway. I remember that one. I'm not sure if Edward is still here or not. But after 5 hours for 3 accounts, I think I'm good. We're gonna do this either tomorrow or after tomorrow. I'm gonna note this down somewhere in the mod chat. Notes to self. We are gonna do you guys with priority on like the next stream. I'm not sure if it's tomorrow or after tomorrow. I do have to finish NTE someone. So yeah. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I'm gonna go back to NTE. No, I cannot rest. I have to literally do NTE now for the next 2 days. What day do we even have? Do we have Sunday already? We already have Sunday, see? There is no rest for me. Up until the next 11 hours will be NTE. I need to finish the sheet. So, yeah. There is no rest. Thank you so much for being here. Chat, love you all. I will be making an announcement today or tomorrow in regards to the debut stream, right? For the new model, it will also be the 50k sub special. It's gonna be a little bit, you know, delayed. It's gonna be a very long stream. We're gonna start at like, I don't know, 6 or 7 p.m. CEST and then do like for 8 to 12 hours. Let's see how long I can survive. Drink some coffee. I will definitely do that. You can be very sure about that. All right. Chat, thank you so much. Have a good one. I wish you a good day, good night. Maybe see you today, maybe see you tomorrow. We will find out. Chat, bye-bye. Love you all. Thank you. Bye-bye.